Good morning, everybody. My name is Chenrezig. I'm one of the Sangha in Brisbane, in Australia, and I am one of the team at Langri Tangpa Centre. We have a few nuns and monks in Brisbane. Most of us do our own thing because our centre is not residential. And some of us work and some of us are retired and some of us study, and well, we all should be doing some study, but it's a lovely community of Sangha here, and we try to keep connected and we try to do our very, very best for all sentient beings. We try very conscientiously to follow the advice of our teachers, especially Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose advice to us never fails. And so for however long it's been, we've been doing this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, and the main reason we do this practice is for the sake of those who are struggling through this COVID pandemic, all of the suffering beings. And I don't think there's one being in the world who's not struggled in some way. Of course, there are those who have died, and there are still people dying, those who have become ill and remain ill, those who have lost jobs or maybe lost their homes, those who are afraid of getting the disease, afraid of getting the vaccinations. There are some that are even afraid that this may mean the end of the world. So many fears out there, for some all-encompassing, for some just niggles. But for all of these beings, however COVID has touched them, it means an added suffering to the normal sufferings that we deal with in our everyday lives. So we'll start the practice today with the motivation, which is beautiful motivation in the form of going for refuge given by Aria, Avalakte, Shivara, to Ka Napa Paljor Sheravan by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. After we recite this motivation, I will do a meditation on Chenrezig, and then we will, during that meditation, we will recite the Mani mantras. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, sit as you would in meditation, ideally in the 7-point Bodhichitta pose. But however you sit comfortably, or lay comfortably, or stand comfortably. the most important thing is to have a straight back, whether sitting or laying or standing, not rigid like a soldier, but gently straight with the vertebra directly one after the other, as if they were held on a golden cord. If you're sitting, you can sit with your hands in your lap, right on top of left, elbows out at the side, chin tucked under, tongue on the top palate of your mouth, and eyes partially closed. We have our eyes partially closed so that we can't be distracted by anything that's going on around us. And we don't have them fully closed because we might go off to sleep. So if you can sit in this meditation posture in a way that is comfortable for you, so that you're not constantly thinking that your legs are aching or your hips sore, and concentrate on the in and out movement of your breath at your nostrils. Gently, naturally, gentle rhythm of our breath, in and out. Just follow that ebb and flow of your breath. If you are distracted by thoughts and feelings that arise, let them go like clouds through a clear blue sky and focus on your breath. We all have very, very busy minds, and thoughts and feelings will arise constantly when we're trying to meditate. But let them go. Don't chase after them. Gently, gently bring your mind back to the breath, no matter how many times you have to do it. Now visualize in front of you, as far as you can see, are all sentient beings. Every single sentient being is a suffering sentient being. You can bring to mind all of those sufferings that you can think of: poverty, hunger, depression, and most particularly COVID-19, whatever suffering that brings to people. And amongst this vast space of people, you can see your friends and family. And your heart goes out to them. And you think, may they be free of all their suffering. May they be free of all of their causes of suffering. You can also see those that you might call enemy, those people you dislike, who have hurt you, who frighten you. But hold them in your heart also. Think that they are suffering. And think, may they be free of their suffering. May they be free of the causes of their suffering. And then all around them, every single other sentient being, those we call strangers, every single one of them suffering. I think, may they be free of their suffering. May they be free of the causes of their suffering. Suffering can seem overwhelming, but suffering can change to happiness in an instant. And this is why we should not let suffering feel overwhelming. And we can think, may we not be overwhelmed by our own sufferings. May we not be overwhelmed by the sufferings of others. And may we be able to work tirelessly to help beings from suffering into happiness. Visualize above the top of your head, above the crown of your head, Avalakte Shivara or Chenrezig, the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, and wisdom. Avalakte Shivara's body is white light, is transparent and radiant and luminous. A living presence, living energy, powerful energy. Avalakte Shivara's face is peaceful and smiling. From his heart he radiates love to every single sentient being. He has 4 arms, two of which are together at his heart, holding a jewel that fulfills all wishes. And the second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders. The right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He sits on a sun and moon disc upon an open lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus position. He wears exquisite silk and precious jewels. Try to visualize Avalakte Shivara clearly. Radiant, pure energy. Now from your heart, make the aspiration to overcome your own misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings. feel that you are connecting with your own true nature, your own pure potential. In response to this aspiration, Avalakte Shivara sends streams of white light down to the crown of your head, filling every cell and atom of your body, purifying all of your negativities and problems. All your past harmful actions are purified, and your potential to harm others in the future is also purified. You are filled with pure love and compassion. Your body feels light and blissful. Your mind peaceful and clear. And this pure light streams out from Avalokiteshvara's heart to all sentient beings in your visualization, purifying their negative energy and filling them with bliss. See in your visualization every single being transforming from a suffering being filled with love and compassion, having only happiness and the causes of happiness. And as we concentrate on this visualization, we can recite the Mani mantra for one mala. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now Avalokiteshvara dissolves into light. The light streams down to the crown of your head, coming to rest at your heart chakra. You become one with Avalokiteshvara. You feel completely serene and peaceful. And think, may I work tirelessly every day of my life to do the work of Avalakte Shivara. To free people from suffering and the causes of suffering. And now we can take a deep breath out and come back to the room and continue with the practice, the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the powers of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now for our dedication prayers. Okay, I like to read the dedication prayer from Chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva. We do this prayer at the end of our meditations at Langri Tangpa Centre. So bring to mind every single suffering being, every single type of suffering. So much out there, so much in our own lives. Just hold every single suffering being in your heart. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme Bodhichitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Long life prayers. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, you serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples. Please, 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 come on. To seal our practice today with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Aldo. Thank you, Gyalpo, I saw you come in there a little while ago. Thank you, Chenrezig. Thank you, everybody who puts this together every weekend. I am very honoured to be part of the practice as much as I can and to share this time every weekend with all of the other Sangha. How are you, Venerable Gyalpo?
I'm very well. How are you this morning?
Thank you. Thank you, Lozan Tinla. Have a long life for the benefit of all sentient beings.
Thank you so much, Aldo. Same to you. Take care. Keep well.
Long time no see, Venerable Trino.
Yes, you know, we saw each other in passing in front of the centre the other day, but I was deep in conversation with Debbie about work stuff. Because Debbie and I are working together now. So, yes, and with the working from home situation, it's all been a bit tricky to get together. And but anyway.
I didn't want to disturb your conversation.
No, thank you. And so you've just finished doing the Lamb Room retreat?
Yes, did the Lamb Room at Chenrezig Institute. It was wonderful. 2 weeks was just perfect for me. It was what I needed and sort of very transformative for me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you for tag teaming with me this week.
Thank you very much for the wonderful example. It's been a few months since I've led a session, so it's very nice to have heard yours.
Thank you. We all do what we can when we can. So take care. Don't let COVID catch you.
I'll keep running.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gyalpo. I live in Brisbane, in Australia. About an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute. I've just finished a 2-week Lamb Room retreat there, which was wonderful. As I said just a few minutes ago, I haven't actually led one of these for several months now, so please be patient with any mistakes I make today. So, as we do with these sessions, just taking a moment to resettle our minds and bodies into the current moment, into being mentally prepared and physically prepared to participate in this practice now by just focusing on the breath for a few breaths. Setting a motivation, as Geshe Zopa has suggested many times. May whatever we do in this practice today be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfectly complete enlightenment as quickly as possible. Going to the motivation from the booklet, we'll say this through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a few moments now just to feel that refuge in our hearts. For it doesn't matter how many times we recite the words, the greatest benefit, the greatest impact, the greatest future comes from feeling this refuge in the Guru Triple Gem in our hearts. Before moving on to do the visualization and recite the Mani Mantra, I'd like to do a short Lam Rim prayer, the foundation of all good qualities by Kyabje Lama Zopa. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and venerable Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great effort. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence. Life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me to always be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain, cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the Pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme Bodhichitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only Bodhichitta, but I don't practice 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the Bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distraction to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream, unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, then separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Before we recite the Mani mantra, let's do a short visualization of Aria, Avalakte, Shivara, Chenrezig. With firm concentration, visualizing the space in front of you, the form of the 1,000-arm Avalakte Shivara, Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, and the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, and the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hands standing erect. And on the very top is a red-colored Amitabha Buddha, in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dhamma chakra, turning the wheel of Dhamma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the defeat of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing the hatred is overcome completely by passionate, peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Aria, Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, symbol 3, surrounded by garlands of the mantra to be recited. Om Mani Padme Hum. White in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from filling the whole of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incalculable assembly of the deities of the Great Compassionate One are admitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in the state of Aria Chenrezig. These then collect back and dissolve into the tree at the heart of Aria Chenrezig. Maintaining this visualization, we recite the Mani mantra several times out loud and then continuing on silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to recite the mantra, visualizing or bringing to mind any individual sentient beings you know who are suffering. Visualize the white light emanating from Aria Shivara, flowing into those sentient beings, purifying completely all their life obstacles, health obstacles, all their suffering, placing them in a state of alignment so they'll be free from all their suffering forever. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering in your local area, in your city, state, province, country, suffering from all the effects of COVID-19. Maybe they're suffering from having caught it and are in the bardo state, or have caught it and are suffering now, battling the disease. All those kind mother sentient beings who are grieving lost loved ones, who are worried about loved ones who have caught the disease, who are struggling to recover, who are worried about catching it. Generate great compassion for these sentient beings. Visualize the white light from Aria Chenrezig streaming into these sentient beings, giving them, purifying all the negativities. Expanded that to all kind mother sentient beings, all 6 realms and all the 10 directions. All sentient beings who have been our kind mothers innumerable times, suffering in all the various realms. The white light from Aria Chenrezig streaming into them, purifying all the negativities forever. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving now to connect the merit that we've created through having recited the Mani Mantra with this great compassionate motivation, connecting that to the result we want through prayer, So saying the actual prayer through several times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as harms of spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are from whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving to the dedication prayers to actualize bodhicitta. May the Supreme Jewel Bodhicitta that is not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. So Lotus Holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Holy Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. For the last one, I'd like to read the dedication verses from Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by our virtuous merit. May no living creatures suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid. May those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. And may people think of benefit each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. May whatever we have done in this short practice today be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfect complete enlightenment. Thank you for bearing with me through that. First time in several months I've done it and I've made several mistakes, but thank you very much for being patient with me. Rumayuntan, long time no see.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Must be very cold where you're at this time of year.
It is. There's snow and all the things.
That'd be lovely. We're having hot and humid days here in Brisbane. It'd be nice to have a cool change, but I suppose it's not quite the freezing temperatures you're used to.
Yes. Well, it's always better where you aren't, isn't it? Samsara.
Grass is always
but it's
greener.
lovely to see you.
It's good to see you too.
All right. So thank you so much for the session. And we'll go ahead and continue. We'll start another session. We'll revive our motivation. Let's see.
Thank you for Losum Gyalpo.
Yes, thank you very much, Gyalpo. Okay, so we'll revive our motivation using the swift fulfillment of wishes. And this was recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche as one of any number of really good motivations, particularly during pandemic times. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes. the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya, possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drakpa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, Graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, would we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night? Please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drakpa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tashita. Care for me with your compassion, Supreme Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And so just reconnecting with that bodhicitta motivation. And in particular, may all the obstacles related to the pandemic be swiftly dispelled. Inner obstacles, outer obstacles, obstacles in the world, anything from the minor inconveniences to the actual deaths of sentient beings and all of the grief and loss. May all these obstacles be swiftly dispelled. And if we don't have the karma for the pandemic to finish anytime soon, may we have the mental strength and fortitude to take all these sufferings on the path to awakening, using them as fuel to transform our mind, finding a way to rejoice in the exhaustion of previously accumulated negative karma, using our observations of suffering to open the heart with compassion towards others. May whatever happens, positive or negative, may we take it on the path to awakening. And so visualize Chenrezig, 1,000 arms or forearms above the crown of your head. Radiant light streaming from every pore. You can think also that Chenrezig appears above the crowns of the heads of every single sentient being. And with that awareness of Chenrezig, we add the motivation prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And think in response, streams of white nectar light flow down from the heart of Chenrezig, down through the crown of your head, down through the crowns of the heads of all sentient beings, protecting the mind, soothing the body, pacifying inner and outer obstacles for both yourself and others. And then when you feel ready, add the mantra to the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So go ahead and keep yourself on mute. Just because the way that the streaming works, we can't go at the same time. But please do chant silently in your room or loudly while having your computer on mute. So then continue the mantra under your breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing the visualization of purifying white light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. And if you'd like to change up the visualization, you can also focus on the image of the mantra. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Light radiating out in all directions. And shifting back to the deity. You can imagine that this compassionate wisdom light and mantra go particularly to areas of the world suffering more acutely from the problems related to the pandemic, or to specific people in your life who you know are suffering from it, as well as covering all sentient beings. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. And so holding the awareness of Chenrezig being present with ourselves and all sentient beings, we add the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadhana, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And going back to the mantra, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that Chenrezig above your crown and above the crowns of every single sentient being dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind. And we dedicate however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Jancho Sancho Rinpoche, Mage Panam Kegyuchi, Kepan Yampa Me Pahi, Agoni Kondu Pawasho, Tony Tawa Rinpoche, Mage Panam Kegyuchi, Kepan Yampa Me Pahi, Gone Gondu Pawasho. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the misery of the world. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, thanks everyone. And now we'll do another session led by another member of the Sangha.
Thank you, Venerable Yonten.
Thank you so much.
Long life, and thanks for your assistance to all suffering beings in this moment, and maybe you have good teachings for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so over to the next person. You might just need a moment to get ready. It looks like the next person up is Venerable Katie. Nice to see you.
Hey, Venerable Yonten, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Nice to see you. Are you finished?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I finished like a minute and a half early. It was a bit awkward, but.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just, So have a lovely session.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. See you. Thank you. Hey, everyone. Who's here? Wow. Aldo. Well, hi, Jay. Hi, Coral. Louis, hi. Hi, Mary, over there. You kind of wrapped up. Are you okay? Good. Okay. Hey, Bobby. Hey, Chenrezig. Hey, Lausanne. And who's that? International Mahayana. It's some venerable or other. It's not.
It was Chenrezig.
Oh, you're Chenrezig?
I am Chenrezig, yes.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I am.
Anyway, thank you.
Yes, but now, yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, everyone, let's get started. And, oh gosh, everyone's gone off video. All right, then.
Venerable Katie, I can't get on the video because it says the host has stopped it.
Oh, really? Who's the host?
Yeah.
Oh, it might be something to do with the internet. Did you stop their video?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Are you the host?
I was the host. Yes, I was the host and I didn't.
You didn't? Oh, okay, something weird's going on. Never mind. I'll just start. All right, everyone. For those of you who've been doing the meditations at Thupten Nobu Ling with me, just settle yourselves into the meditation posture, checking your feet and your legs and your sit bones, and make sure your shoulders are aligned with your hips, hands in the meditation mudra, and just imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light, stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head. And imagine that there's someone above you or behind you, very gently lengthening your spine. And your head is reaching for the ceiling. And now the head is slightly tipped forward. The eyes, if they were open, they would be looking down the length of the nose to a spot about a couple of inches ahead. Tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth and relax the jaw. And just bring your attention to your scalp. Relax the scalp, the forehead, the nose, the cheeks, the area around the mouth, the back of the head. And when you relax the scalp at the back of the head again, just recall or become aware of what's happening in your face. So your ears, your temples. And then just bring your attention to the occipital bone, that the very base of the skull. And relax that area there. And again, notice what happens in your face and see how much tension we're holding. Relax the shoulders and the upper thoracic and the throat, and the chest and the belly, arms and hands and fingers and the legs and the feet and the toes. Let's just bring our attention to the breath and notice the sensation of the cool air as you're breathing in and slightly warmer air as you're breathing out. If you do have any sounds in your environment, whether there's birds or animals outside or something going on inside your house, just allow those sounds. And watch the mind. So you may have all kinds of different thoughts arising. Just allow them to abide and then just naturally fall away. Like little bubbles, just kind of bubbling up and bursting and just dissolving. So try not to engage with your thoughts or grasp onto them or follow a story or even make up a story. We often do that thing, we make up stories about things that are never going to happen, usually based on either fear or excitement. So just bring the mind back to the breath. So we'll first of all recite the motivation for the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All beings, sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the glorious, precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now I'm going to move to our Chenrezig meditation, first of all. So just bring your mind back to the breath and bring to mind all the people of your life, and the ones you love, the ones that you're not so fond of, and the strangers. And just remember to remind ourselves that they're all equal. They're the same as us in that they don't want to suffer and they do want to be happy. And they do have this unbelievable capacity for wisdom and compassion, kindness. no matter what you think of them in this present moment. Everybody has these qualities inside them. So now imagine that all of space is filled with these beings. They're sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. And your parents and your other family members are beside you. And make sure it's the family members that you like. Not everybody has a good relationship with their family members. Your friends are behind you for a support. And the people you don't get along with are in front of you, eyeball to eyeball. And all the others are strangers. They're all around. All sentient beings disappearing into space as far as the horizon, as far as the eye can see, up in the sky, on the earth. So contemplate the suffering of these people and their beings. So first of all, bring to mind the suffering of your parents and the other people you're close to. And open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they are experiencing, and think that just like you, they want to be free of all suffering. And feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think of the people that you don't like who have hurt you, and imagine their suffering, the physical pain and discomfort, the feeling of loneliness. You know, and if they've hurt you and they kind of have an angry mind and they lash out easily, that's probably not very comfortable inside their own mind. They probably have insecurity and fear and dissatisfaction. Maybe they're lonely. And they're just like you, they don't want problems, but they have no choice. As long as the mind is confused, cannot find peace. So try and open your mind to these people for whom you normally have anger or irritation, or you want to have aversion and push them away. So expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pain of other human beings and of animals, because whoever has an uncontrolled mind necessarily has suffering. So feel strongly we're going to do this meditation and this prayer recitation this afternoon for ourselves, so that we can help others be free of their suffering. And particularly we're doing this recitation and this prayer for the pandemic, for COVID, for all the people who are suffering from COVID, who are the healthcare workers, who are also now suffering from PTSD because they've been exposed to so many high stress situations, dealing with families in trauma, watching people die in huge numbers. So it's been very, very difficult for them as well. So now visualize above your head and facing the same way as you is Chenrezig, the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion and love and wisdom. And his body is made of white light, transparent and radiant. So really try and feel the living presence of this holy being above the crown of your head. And you can imagine, if you like to make it more personal, that this is the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your trusted mentor, however you see them in your mind. This is their mind, manifesting in this form for your benefit. So Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling, and he's radiating love to you and simultaneously to all living beings. He has no judgmental thoughts towards you at all. Has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary, the left a lotus. And he's sitting on a white moon disc on an open lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus posture, and he's wearing exquisite silk and precious jewels. Here's the 5-pointed crown. So just imagine this presence of this holy being above the crown of your head, compassionate being. So try and stabilize this image if you can. So visualization's not really your thing. You can just imagine this white light, which is the embodiment of universal wisdom, love, compassion, enlightened energy. So make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings, and really try and get a sense that you're connecting with your own highest potential. So in response, Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body, purifying all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, and your potential to give harm in the future. And it's filling you with limitless love and compassion, and your body feels light and blissful. Your mind clear. So then the light radiates out to every living being, purifying their negative energy and filling them with bliss as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the buttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the buttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So just remember you have Chenrezig on the crown of your head. And now imagine him dissolving into white light, and it flows down, it sort of melts into you, it absorbs through the crown of your head and reaches your heart chakra, your heart center, and your mind merges with Chenrezig's mind and with the mind of your teacher, your Lama, trusted mentor, your Guru, however you label them. Lama Yeshe used to call this union oneness. So you now experience complete tranquility and bliss. So try to hold on to this feeling, and when this usual sense of I, burdened with faults, I'm no good, I should be better, I could do more, I'm not good enough, I'm not enough, restless, bored, hungry, whatever, whenever this arises, think that it's not your real self. And bring your attention back again and again to the experience of oneness with the qualities of Chenrezig and your Guru. This mind of infinite love and infinite compassion. Expand your mind. Now dedicate the positive energy that you've created during this meditation to the happiness of all living beings, and particularly for all the people who are affected by the pandemic in one way or another. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much, Mary, for screen sharing the prayer, and lots of love, everybody. Thank you, Chenrezig.
Thank you, Venerable.
Namcho.
Thank you, Venerable.
Daichen. Sorry.
Thank you, Venerable.
Thanks, everyone. Lots of love. I'll see some of you tonight.
See you
Soon,
tonight.
in a few hours.
Yes,
Okay,
few
bye.
hours.
Thank
Bye
you.
now. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, all.
Soon. Bye.
Bye, Venerable.
And goodbye, Source. I saw you there.
Thank you, Mary.
we go. Sorry. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yes?
That's much better, thank you.
Sorry. That is the technology that I prefer. So, I'm Tibetan Molly from Chenrezig community, and
Oh,
you can hear me now? Am I good?
Sorry, but your microphone have a metallic. Can you stay a little near your microphone?
Oh, I see. That's the problem. Yeah, this happened once. This has happened before. Let me change places. Let me go somewhere else then. See if that makes any difference.
Sound check, sound check. Can you hear me? Sound check. We don't have any return, audio return.
Okay.
Good. It's a good voice. Yeah.
I can't hear myself. You can hear me?
yes, can hear you now. That's great, thank you.
Okay, good. Too many insects outside buzzing. So I'll just come inside. Okay, so let's start from the beginning again. I'm Thupten Dachin Molly from Chenrezig Nuns community in Queensland, Sunshine Coast, Australia, and I was really enjoying listening to Katie Cole, Venerable Katie Cole. It's really wonderful catching up with everybody who is an expatriate Australian, is my understanding. So I'll just continue on in her vein. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say. I'm twirling a prayer wheel today that has over 240 million Om Mani Padme Hum mantras. So let's with the aspiration, twirling it with the aspiration that we magnify our prayers 240 million times, and that from this prayer wheel and from our practices, a magnificent, huge amount of energy moves out into all the world and all the realms of samsara, who we're doing this practice for today. Lama Zopa has encouraged us to do this practice during these difficult times of the pandemic, and it's become very real for us here in Australia now, as we're all vaccinated, so COVID is very active within our communities these days. I think most of us would now know people who have COVID or who have had COVID, and so I think we're all really getting a taste of the suffering. It's not just news anymore, it's very real for us. And there is so much suffering. We don't have the disease, there's anxiety and fear, around that we may catch the disease. All those people who are in hospitals or who have died. So it's with these people in mind, all sentient beings, our mothers, that we are doing this practice for. Wanting all beings to be free from suffering, the causes of suffering. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. So just see if you can create this visualization or this sense in your head. You know, we are related, dependent arising. We are connected with all beings. We've been our kind mothers. And we want them all to be free from suffering, have the causes of happiness. And just with your mind's eye, imagine that we all go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And you may like to bring to mind, like Katie did, Chenrezig above our heads, 1,000-armed Chenrezig, with eyes on the palm of each hand. Chenrezig is always there for us, always looking out for us. And he is above all of us, all sentient beings, our mothers. Let us try and get this sense. We all go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. I'll do this 2 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just bring to mind the reason why we are all here today, why we do these prayers, is because of suffering. And that is also this that connects us all in our desire to want to do something to relieve the suffering of all beings. And this is related, associated with our renunciation of wanting to do something meaningful, to practice a spiritual tradition that will not only benefit now, but will benefit future lives, and not only benefit me, but benefit all sentient beings. And that this is why we go for refuge. And we go for refuge to our own Dharmakaya mind. So Buddha, Dharma and Sangha are all external objects, while the Dharmakaya is found within each one of us. And this also is a refuge object, the pure clarity of our mind that goes from life to life, that we share with all sentient beings, this pure clarity. So we'll do the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm to the graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher bleeding an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So as we visualize compassion going out to all people from Chenrezig and all his 1,000 arms, and from our own heart, having the aspirations of this prayer be fulfilled as we chant Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm to the graha spirits, illnesses, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrified beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbing the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Let's visualize white healing light coming from Chenrezig and from yourself, from your heart center, going to all sentient beings in all realms, relieving everybody of their suffering and placing them in bliss. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. White light going out from Chenrezig and his 1,000 arms. And white light going out from my heart, touching all beings, instantly purifying them of all their suffering. And as legend has it, I'm sort of struggling here a little bit with my own tears, and they say that that is the way that Tara became into being emanated, is that Chenrezig. He saw all the suffering in the world and was just overwhelmed and overcome by it all. I just want to know, how on earth was he going to manage all of this? I mean, I'm sure he didn't quite think that, but he was really overwhelmed by all the suffering. And a tear dropped from his eye, and that manifested as Tara. And Tara is the manifestation of active compassion. So I have now gone to praises to the 21 Taras. For myself and for all beings. Oh, my prostrate to the noble transcendent liberator. Homage Tara swift heroic. Eyes like stain. Eyes like. Homage Tara swift heroic. Eyes like lightning. It's the text. Sprung from opening statements of Lord of Three Worlds, dear of lotus. Homage she whose face combines 100 autumn at fullness. Blazing with light rays resplendent as a 1,000-star collection. Homage golden blue on lotus, water born and adorned, giving effort calm austerities. Patience, meditation, her sphere. Homage crown of Tathagata. Actions triumph without limit. Relied on by countless children, having reached every perfection. Homage filling with Tutare, whom desire direction and space. Trampling with her feet the 7 worlds. Able to draw forth all beings, homage worship by the orders, Shaka, Agni, Brahma, Maru, honored by the host of spirits, Copes, races, and devas and yakshas, homage with her tray and pay sounds, destroying false magic diagrams, her feet pressing left upright and blazing in a raging fireplace, homage to a very dreadful destroyer of Mara's champion, she with frowning lotus visage, who will slay her of all enemies. Homage at her heart, her fingers, adorn her with 3 jewel mudra, light ray masses all excited, all directions wheels adorn her. Homage, she so joyous, radiant, crown emitting garlands soft like mirthful laughing with Tutare, subjugating Maris Davis. Homage, she able to summon all the guardians assembly, shaking, frowning with the home sign, saving from every misfortune. Homage crown adorned with crescent, moon all ornaments most shining, Amitabha in her hair, not sending out much light eternal. Homage she mid-breath ablaze like eon ending fire abiding, by stretched left bed joy surrounds you, troops of enemies destroying. Homage she who strikes the ground with her palm and her foot beats it, scaling with the ladder whom the 7 levels she does conquer. Homage happy, virtuous, peaceful, she who fieldeth peace nirvana, she with doubt and almond soha, destroyer of the great evil. Homage she with joy surrounded, tearing foes' bodies asunder, frees with whom and knowledge mantra, arrangement of the 10 letters. Homage to a wisdom letter on the shape of syllable home. 5-foot stamping shakes of 3 worlds, Meru, Mendaya, and Vidya. Homage holding in her hand the hammer moon of Deva Lakefall, with twice-spoken Tara and Pei, totally dispelling poison. Homage to whom gods and their kings and the Kanaras do honor, armored in all joyful splendor, she dispels bad dreams and conflicts. Homage she who do rise bright with radiance of sun and full moon, with Twashara and Tutara, she dispels severe contagion. Homage full of liberating, power by set of 3 natures, destroys hopes of spirits yakshas, and race corpse of supreme cure. These praises with the mantras and prostrations thus are 21. Excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. I'm having a hard time right now. Let's do this. How's the time going? Okay, so it's almost time for me to go. So I hope you're all doing better than me. So let's just dedicate to the well-being of all beings, especially our teachers. May they remain with us. May we always remain connected and be guided by their wisdom. May we always receive the blessings of our gurus, of our deities, of the wisdom of Buddha Shakyamuni Buddha. Okay, so is the next person there? Hey, unmute. You need to unmute. Unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Hi, Deshan. This is Terry. How you going? That was good.
Thank you.
I can't turn on my video, so I'm learning.
That's good. Oh, heavens. Oh. Could the host please unmute Tenzin?
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh, yay. There you go.
Hold on, I'm gonna also, yeah. All right. Hello.
Hey.
I just tuned in when you said, I hope all of you are doing better than me. What's going on?
Oh, I've just cried halfway through this session.
Okay. Feeling compassion for all sentient beings, or is there some, are you unwell?
It is just difficult times for us all, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. So, okay.
Okay. Well, have a good session.
Good to see you, Elise. Take care, and yeah, we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for tuning in to this ongoing Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon session. As many of you know, we have been doing this now for well over a year, probably coming up on, oh man, we kind of lose track, right? Yeah, probably over a year and a half. Who knows? So thank you all for continuing to join these sessions. As many of you know, these have been recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who in his infinite wisdom and compassion recommended that the global Sangha community come together and do this practice, this very blessed practice composed by the great Tibetan Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So on the one hand, we can all rejoice that us as a global Sangha community, all followers of the Mahayana Dharma, many of us students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, have come together in this virtual global community to do something very beneficial for sentient beings. On the other hand, it's still very unfortunate that the coronavirus is still ravaging many parts of the world. And, even in the last few days, hearing that, here, some people that I know are sick, then around the world, I'm also hearing of, people that I know who are suspecting that they are sick or, have just gotten sick. So, yeah, it is, as Venerable Dechen said, a rough time for many people in the world. Nonetheless, we should at least take some solace in the fact that all of you who are now tuning in to this session, well, there is the bright side, right? The bright side is we all have a perfect human rebirth in terms of practicing Dharma. So whatever problems we might have, be they illness, be they, I know many people who have recently lost their jobs and so forth. Well, we at the very least have this human body with the intelligence, and we have the outer condition of having met the Dharma. We have met the holy gurus who are guiding us and leading us to enlightenment. So in that sense, then no matter what the other kind of circumstances we find ourselves in, as long as we have a mind that can even for a few moments generate compassion towards others, try to reflect on the ultimate nature of reality, try to reflect on Lam Rim, even doing something as simple as putting your hands together and imagining that you're prostrating to the Buddhas, then in a very short amount of time we can generate a lot of positive energy, merit, good karma, and this will become the cause for us to achieve happiness all the way to enlightenment in the future. And also we can also purify an extremely great amount of negative karma by doing practices like Vajrasattva, doing practices like prostrating to the 35 Buddhas, or if we're too sick to prostrate, even merely reciting the names of the 35 Buddhas brings a tremendous amount of purification. And why do we want that? Well, then, as the Buddha himself said, that we need to become our own refuge. That the Buddha just, shows us the path, but ultimately our own experiences that we will have in the future is, the effect of the actions that we ourselves do. So the primary teaching of the Buddha is to take care of karma. Meaning, since our suffering comes from negative actions, we need to then abstain from committing negative actions, even the slightest. And then, since our future happiness depends on the positive actions that we do, we need to, be very diligent in accumulating as much positive actions, good karma, as we can. And therefore, perhaps the most, famous saying of the Buddha from the Dhammapada, right? Do not commit a single negative action, accumulate a host of perfect, pure actions to thoroughly subdue one's own mind. This is the teaching of the Buddha. So anyway, usually I just do half an hour sessions, but today we have a full hour. So I'm going to do it a little bit more slowly. Those introductory comments were just a little bit a kind of sprinkle of motivation, but we'll do a more extensive one in a moment. But let me also just say at the beginning that, you know, we're talking about accumulation of merit and purification of, you know, previous misdeeds. Then we should all take very great solace in the fact that now all of us joining this practice, doing this practice, which is the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then because it has been advised by our guru, then it becomes the most powerful means for accumulation of merit and purifying misdeeds. So in that way, you know, even in this next hour, we will be able to do something, you know, very beneficial for ourselves. And then by sort of motivating and keeping in mind all sentient beings and thinking that we're doing this practice for them, then, you know, it's also doing something that will benefit sentient beings. In the very least, because our own achievement of enlightenment will become much closer. So with that, let me now do a screen share. And, you know, since we have a bit more time, I'm going to do this, right? So it is 7:30 here in India. And yeah, I think many of you are familiar with this practice. It is a practice that was composed or put together by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and it is meant to here, as it says, right, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of our body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, and so on, do not become causes of suffering, and instead become causes of happiness, and especially that they become the causes to achieve Buddhahood. That is, you transform them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Here is a method for transforming the mind into Holy Dharma, and especially into Bodhichitta. So those of you who have, you know, studied the Dharma somewhat before, you'll know the reason why this there's so much tremendous emphasis on generating a good motivation prior to our activities is because it is our motivation with which we undertake our actions which determine how virtuous or non-virtuous they are, or alternatively, how non-virtuous they are, right? So even the same action done with different motivations can bear, you know, strikingly different results. So as you know, hopefully, then the actions that we undertake with this mind of bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, you know, that is what they call the door to the Mahayana teachings. Without that, then, you know, the progress to complete enlightenment, you know, is not possible. Especially even though one might do other kinds of virtuous actions with, let's say, a virtuous action of attaining a good rebirth in the future, you know, the motivation of the so-called small-scale practitioner, or even a motivation to achieve liberation for oneself alone, then no matter what actions we do with those sort of lesser motivations, they won't become the cause for achieving complete enlightenment. Whereas if we have this mind of bodhicitta, then as it says in the, you know, the 35 Buddhist prayer, then even so much as giving a handful of food to an animal, right, then that becomes a bodhisattva activity. It becomes a cause of enlightenment. So now, although we, you know, we don't have the full-fledged uncontrived bodhicitta, then it's even more reason to try as much as we can to generate this mind, even in a contrived manner. And then as we do that, you know, again and again, as our minds become more habituated to generating this mind of enlightenment, then we'll become more proficient in it. And eventually we'll be able to have the spontaneous, you know, bodhicitta arising from the depths of our heart without any effort. Okay, but how we do that, then it's not that we just jump into the meditation on bodhicitta, but these stages of the path, the graduated path, the Lam Rim, it actually, guides us, step by step in the various contemplations that we need to achieve prior to the attainment of bodhicitta. As Shantideva says in the Bodhisattva Charyavatara, right? If one even hasn't generated this mind for one's own sake, then how can one generate it for others? So what that means is, this mind wishing to be free of all of the samsaric sufferings, right? If we don't have that mind in relation to ourselves, how can we then, generate the mind to free all sentient beings from the oceans of samsaric suffering? And so here, right, when we think of the suffering that sentient beings are experiencing, yes, we see the, sufferings of illness. We saw a very, the big volcanic eruption in, Tonga. Some of you know I'm from Hawaii, so they're my Polynesian, brothers and sisters there. And anyway, we see these kind of sufferings in the external world, but when we look more deeply, actually all of the sufferings, whether from the body, whether in the mind, they are rooted in the fact that we're in samsara, this uncontrolled process of rebirth, right? Uncontrolled means we don't choose where we're born. And when we're born, we don't choose what experiences we have, but rather we're under the control of our karma and delusions. And therefore, we're bound to experience one kind of suffering or another. And so now, to really generate the mind to be free from suffering, we need to generate the mind that, like we say in the Four Immeasurables, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. And then we need to really understand this process of samsara and how the karma and the delusions fuel this process of uncontrolled rebirth. Then and only then, can we directly identify the target that we need to abandon so that we can be free from samsara. Okay, sorry. All right. So here now, this in order to generate those various realizations along the path to bodhicitta, then they've been laid out in the graduated path, the Lam Rim, and therefore we're going to do this prayer. So essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the Holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas, intending virtue. In the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Okay. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like the youthful Morzang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedom and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the suffering of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, and to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to the Dharma. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of dead or human, I'll still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara, because not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara, and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. In dependence upon that, even if I achieve the mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the 6 types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate the precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samaya more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as the stainless actions of a Buddha. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide in the lotus and moon at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And so now we can meditate on the Guru entering our heart. So what that means is actually then our mind and our Guru's mind become inseparably mixed. This is what happens at the time of enlightenment. So by meditating, as they say in the Vajrayana teachings, it's bringing the result into the path. So we imagine what's going to happen at the time of our enlightenment. We imagine that it happens even now. Okay, and so now we will do these next verses. Again, these verses are, about generating bodhicitta. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then these next verses from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charya Avatara. For the sake of accomplishing the 2 purposes of all sentient beings, without any sense of loss or concern, I give away my body, and likewise my enjoyment, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over the 3 times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I've already given this body an impure aggregate to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so forth, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me. Since I've already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist it by protecting it and so forth? I'll also use it to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and benefit others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone become the cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all sentient beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Yeah, that very perfectly sums up the Bodhisattva attitude, right? So in these verses before, these verses about being like the elements, being like a wish-fulfilling tree. So, as we go through our lives, then we are constantly given opportunities to benefit sentient beings. And so here, rather than thinking of it as a burden, to then transform the mind and think of it as a great opportunity to put into practice these very beautiful aspirations of the Bodhisattvas. So, yeah. So now looking at the time, maybe we don't have time to bless the speech. I think many of you have already done this. If you haven't, please integrate this into your daily practice, the blessing the speech. It makes all of the mantras and various practices you do more beneficial. It stops the potency of our speech from declining when we eat black foods like onions and garlic and so forth. Anyway, and it makes beings that we're giving our advice and teachings to, it makes our speech more powerful to them, so they actually listen to us. Many benefits. But since we don't have that much time, we're just going to go on and to the rest of the preliminary prayers. Okay. So here, it's the refuge, right? And so before we do that, then we should visualize our guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in space in front of us, thinking that our guru has come here to this place to help guide us, to help lead us. This is called the field of merit, or the Sokshin, right? So visualizing this in this field in front of us, then in relation to the Guru, when we perform these activities, then we will get the benefits of, the merit. So, just like a field, when we plant seeds in it, then the harvest will come in the future. Similarly, when we create virtuous actions in relation to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, who we see as, inseparable from our own Guru, then we will generate the greatest benefit in terms of merit. And then also, we can visualize that all sentient beings are in the space around us, and, thinking that when we do this practice, they're also doing the practice with us. So we can think that we are the chant leader. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all the Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all the Gurus I take refuge. Now again, to keep generating this mind of Bodhichitta, with the thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness, in front of the Buddhas for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. So I know it says 3 times, but yeah, if you do it properly, once is all that's needed, right? So yeah, because of time, let's just do that once. So next, purifying the place. This verse is from, Bodhisattva Charyavatara. So we visualize the place that we're in as a pure land of the Buddha. So all the problems we have in this world, because this world, ultimately has been generated by the, contaminated karma of the sentient beings who inhabit the world, then we see sickness, natural disasters, environmental degradation, and so forth, war, crop failure, all these things. But in the pure land of the Buddhas, none of those things exist. And yeah, so again, this concept, right, that I mentioned, bringing the result into the path, then when we achieve enlightenment, actually, you shouldn't think that it's only, like Amitabha Buddha or, Maitreya Buddha that have pure lands, but every single Buddha, as a part of, the accomplishment of enlightenment, they also accomplish their pure land. So it's just that, Amitabha Buddha made special prayers that to make it easy for ordinary sentient beings like myself to achieve, rebirth there. But actually, all the Buddhas have their own individual pure lands. So now we can think and aspire that everywhere may the ground be pure, free of pebbles and so forth, as level as the palm of the hand, in the nature of Vaidurya and soft. So, don't just think these pure lands are, kind of soft lands. So people, when they walk, they don't, get thorns in their feet or blisters. The whole pure land is, uncontaminated. It says even the trees, when the wind blows, then verses of Dharma come from them. And actually, the most important benefit of the Pure Lands is there are countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas there, and so we can receive teachings from them directly, and thus make the utmost progress along the path to enlightenment. So now the invocation. So I have here incense burning. Anyway, you can see. savior of all sentient beings without exception, the divine destroyer of the unbearable hordes of Mars and their forces, perfect knower of all things without exception, Bhagavan with your retinue, please come here. And now we will do this offering prayer, okay? Again, you know, since all of the happiness and success in the world comes from offerings, well, comes from merit, right? Then we're going to do these offerings for ourselves, for all sentient beings, and you know, we're going to dedicate all the merit toward all sentient beings, thinking of all the beings who are in a place or in a situation where, you know, they can't accumulate merit. So we're doing this for them. May human and divine offerings both actually arranged. Okay, so here we have some water bowls. Here in my house, we have the incense lit. Then, as it says up here, in your home, in your Dharma center, in Lama Zopa Rinpoche's houses, all the FPMT centers, and in all the owned and unowned offerings, sun and moon, as well as your own and others' body, speech, mind, enjoyments, and 3-time merit. Okay, we're gonna, you know, offer all of that to the Buddhas. And so now we do the offering cloud mantra. As we recite this mantra, then we can think that these offerings laid out here and all the other offerings in the whole universe, right? They multiply exponentially. So 1 becomes 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and so forth. And then it gradually comes to pervade the entire universe. So here, you know, literally the sky is the limit. So try to, you know, use your power of imagination and, you know, imagine that the whole universe is filled with these such offerings. O Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Madana Tadagadaya Arahade Samezam Buddhaya Tayata Om Vajra Deja Vajra Bodhichitta Vajra Bodhimana Bazam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha O Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Madana Tadagadaya Arahade Samezam Buddhaya Tayata Om Vajra Deja Vajra Bodhichitta Vajra Bodhimana Manabazam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha O Namo Bhagavate Vajra Sarabhamanana Tadagadaya Arahate Samezam Buddhaya Tayada Om Vajra Deja Vajra Bodhichitta Vajra Bodhimana Bazam Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra Soha. By the power of the truth of the 3 rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the great wealth of the completed 2 types of merits, and the pure and inconceivable sphere of phenomena, may these piles of clouds of offerings arising through transformations by the Bodhisattvas, Arya, Samadhi, and Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable and inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise, and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions be received. So think that all the offerings that we've visualized then become suitable to be enjoyed and received by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who we see as inseparable from our own virtuous friend. And not only that, we also make offerings on behalf of all sentient beings to all of the holy objects in the world, all the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, all the statues through the scriptures, all the prayer wheels, all the relics, who are also, you know, inseparable, means one in nature with our virtuous friend. Okay, and now we'll do the 7-limb prayer. So again, most of you are familiar with this, but within this, all of the various limbs represent different means to either, you know, purify previously accumulated negativities, or to generate merit, or to, you know, in the limb of dedicating, make sure that the merits that we do, do perform, then do accumulate, don't become a cause for a lesser type of happiness, but only become the cause for full enlightenment. So then please, think, don't just recite the words, but think you're performing the actual limb, whatever is being described there. So I prostrate reverently with my body, speech, and mind. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginningless time. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and Arias. So here, right, Arias means those with direct realization of emptiness. The direct realization is the, direct antidote. The only thing that is able to, abandon the grasping to the ignorant mind, the ignorant mind grasping to true existence. Please remain until the end of the cycle of existence and turn to the Dharma for transmigratory beings. So here, asking them, our gurus, to remain until the end of cycle of existence. We can visualize that we're offering a, lion throne. You see it behind? Also with a crossed double dorje, double vajra. And then turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings. We can visualize that we're offering, not just one, but many Dharma chakras, the Dharma wheel. I dedicate my own and those virtues to the great enlightenment. So now the short mandala offering in general is visualizing the whole universe as a pure land and offering that to the merit field. This ground, unknown to a perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned Mount Meru, the four continents, the sun and the moon, I imagine as a Buddha land and offer it. May all transmigratory beings enjoy this pure land. The objects of my attachment, anger, and ignorance, friends, enemies, strangers, body, and enjoyments, without any sense of loss, I offer them. Please kindly accept them and bless me to pacify the three poisons in dependence on their own objects. Idam Guru Rana Mandala Kam Miratayami. Okay, so that is the preliminary prayers. And now, I'm a little bit weary of time, even though we had a full hour, right? So here, we're now moving to the actual Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. And here we did a kind of motivation. We took refuge already. So we're going to just jump right in to the recitation of the mantra of Avalakte Shivara. And so now here, those of you with initiation before, then, before you recite the mantra, you can generate yourself as a deity. And before you generate yourself as a deity, then you purify all the impure appearances into emptiness. So what does that mean? Now, us ordinary beings, sentient beings, that means anyone who is not a Buddha, because we have obscurations to omniscience, because we're not Buddhas, basically, then everything we appear, it is, stained by, it is affected by those imprints of grasping to true existence. And then, because of that, everything appears to our sense consciousnesses as if it is truly existent, as if it exists independent from the mind, established from its own side. But although it appears in that way, then that type of existence is totally impossible. There is nothing that exists, independently, inherently. Nothing exists from its own side, truly. And therefore, all of these appearances are completely false, because the way that things appear and the way they actually exist are not the same. That's why we see in the teachings all these similes, right? That you know, phenomena are like dreams, like an illusion, like a mirage, right? Because, you know, in the case, let's say, of a mirage, right, what is in actuality sand then appears as water due to different factors. So similarly, for us, all phenomena appear to be truly existent because we are, you know, have these imprints of grasping to true existence within our minds, but they don't exist like that at all. So now, you know, you can do, if you had more time, you could go into some of the reasonings that establish the lack of true existence for all phenomena. Or, you can also just think, okay, everything that appears to my sense consciousnesses, oh, those ones don't exist. Then the mind that realizes, you know, that these inherently existent objects don't exist, right? That mind, that's the one that generates as Avalakte Shivara. If you don't have the initiation or a higher class of Tantra initiation, then you can also visualize Avalakte Shivara in the space in front of you. Then, either from yourself clarified as Avalakte Shivara or from the Avalakte Shivara in the space in front, we visualize a lotus on top of which is a moon disk. On top of the moon disk is the syllable free, standing upright. Surrounding the syllable free is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Now, we're about to recite the mantra. As we recite the mantra, from the syllable, the lotus, the mantra syllables as well, then we will, imagine that countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. When they strike sentient beings, the sentient beings are completely purified of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we're done with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be purified and be enlightened in the aspect of Avalakte Shivara. So we'll recite the mantra for a few times in a more melodious chanting manner, and then we'll switch to a more silent recitation so we can get more recitations in. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Omani beme, 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 omani beme. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. Omani beme, 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 omani. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. Omani beme, omani beme, omani beme, omani beme. So I think due to the recitation of the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalakte Shivara's heart, I think that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and think that they have achieved the state of Avalakte Shivara's enlightenment. Okay, and so now for the rest of the session, we'll just recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll just recite this again and again. And yeah. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May unembodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May unembodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so we're almost out of time. So we're going to switch to a more general dedication. So first, to actualize Bodhichitta. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May Bodhichitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all of the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the Bodhichitta that has already been generated increase. So next, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Next, for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sending beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sending beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I further dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other Vajra as well. I further dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And then lastly, for the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete due to the two types of merit of the three times of myself and others. May the teachings of the victorious one, Lobsang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And so now we can also just dedicate quickly for all those beings who recently died. So I just heard, so if you haven't heard, the great Vietnamese master Thich Nhat Hanh has passed away. And yeah, so all of the beings who have passed away and are in the bardo, then may they instantly be reborn in the pure land of the Buddha, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with the Mahayana Guru and Mahayana Dharma, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Then we can also dedicate, please, for all those beings who are currently sick, whether with coronavirus or with another ailment. So particularly kind of request we dedicate for an Israeli monk named Janchu Punsok. So he, you know, an old and dear friend of mine. He is at Ganden Monastery, and yeah, he's had a whole slew of health issues. He's had a number of strokes when he still was in India. He's gone back to Israel. Then when he was recovering, he had brain hemorrhage. When he was in the hospital, he was in a coma. And then when he was recovering, he got coronavirus. And then it seems like he's gotten a little bit better from the corona, but now he has a very bad bacterial infection. So it's a very dire state for him. So for Janchu Punsok, and then all of the various others who are sick, may they quickly be freed from all of their ailments. And then more generally speaking, all these various diseases we have in the world, may they instantly, you know, disappear and never occur again. So, like that. All right. So I've gone 1 minute over my time. And now we have Venerable Tenzin coming online.
Good morning.
Good evening. How are you?
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hanging in there. And yeah.
It's nice to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't I, you know what? I'm going to give you in a private chat my email, because it is possible that I come visit my brother.
And just down the road.
Yeah. It's very difficult to make plans about, you know, visiting people, but
yeah.
Let's see how the next, you know, 6 weeks happen. And yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Fingers crossed. Anyway,
yeah.
If not this time, some other time.
Well, it would be wonderful to see you whenever you can make it.
Yeah, yeah. So take care. Wish you all the best up there. And everyone who has tuned into the session, thank you for your participation. Stay safe. Wear the best mask you can when you're amongst other people. And yeah, continue to meditate on bodhicitta. That's actually the best antidote to the self-cherishing mind, right? Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Take care, everyone. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you, Tenzin. Have a long life for teachings and to benefit all sentient beings.
Okay. Well, thank you, Venerable Namjong, for a delightful session. So continuing on with these prayers, as recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to be able to offer what we can to those around us, to the world during this time. What an incredible opportunity that we have, thanks to the support and kindness of many individuals, to organize and schedule that we can do this every week for a 24-hour period, and also the kindness of those that connect and join the prayers, whether on YouTube or on Zoom, the dependent arising of the prayers happening. And that we can come together, and that our prayers, by coming together, are even more effective. That we can share in our inspiration, our motivation, and to dedicate for the well-being of all those that are suffering in the world right now, and all living beings. So just taking a moment or two to, whether we're joining this session and we have an hour together, or continuing on, just either settling our mind or bringing a renewed sense of focus. Noting perhaps as a motivation and inspiration that whatever activity we engage in, the more that our mind can be fully immersed, engaged and focused on the activity at hand, the more effective that activity will be. The more we can bring our presence to the activity, then we can improve, enhance, deepen the experience, and offer more benefit through our prayers, through our meditation and visualization and dedications. So for most of us, even when we intentionally focus our mind on an activity, the thoughts still come and go in the background, and our mind has the opportunity to be pulled this way and that. So as we start out in a Dharma practice, we can intentionally bring to mind a commitment, a decision, that when our mind is seeking out, reminiscing in the past, or exploring into the future, or moving to another place, another time, to just notice that's happening and to choose to let go of any need to follow after these thoughts, but instead really fully engaging in the focus of the practice. And with this more stable, still mind, we lay a most valuable foundation upon which we can build a warm-hearted and expansive altruistic motivation. That the more we can connect what we're doing with a sense of love, kindness, wishing to bring benefit, and a mind of compassion that yearns to do whatever we can to help reduce even the slightest suffering in the world. So to help build this motivation, we can perhaps bring to mind initially those loved ones that are close to us. When we think of them, our heart opens very easily. It's very easy for us to tune in to any difficulty they're experiencing and to reaffirm our wish that they could be free from the suffering right now, and how wonderful that would be. And in tuning in to connecting with their experience, this experience of our loved ones, thinking over how wonderful it would be if they had every happiness and joy, if they had health, well-being, peace of mind, inspiration to lead a positive life. How wonderful that would be. And may we do whatever we can to help these loved ones, to reduce even slightly their suffering, or to increase, to be a support, a condition for any happiness and joy. May we increasingly, spontaneously, may our actions be a cause for others' happiness. And so thinking of those that we find dear and that we love very much, our heart can open and deepen a sense of warm-heartedness, a determination or conviction to do what we can to bring benefit. And then we can shine the radiating rays of this love to those that we don't know so well, those in our community, country, the rest of the world, those we haven't met, we don't know their story, we don't know the specifics of their difficulties, or what they want, or what they love in life. But we know that just like ourselves, they want happiness. And just like ourselves, they don't want to suffer in any way. And just like ourselves, even though they don't want to suffer or have difficulty, nevertheless they face problems, pain, physical, emotional. And even though just like ourselves, they want happiness, also just like ourselves, that happiness is often not as close as we would like it to be, or as long-lasting or reliable as we would like it to be. So even though we don't know these others, we know we can relate to this human experience. And then we can radiate this loving kindness and warm-heartedness out towards those that, even those we have some difficulty with. Maybe there's some conflict, some disagreement, some hurts, words, some pain from past encounters. And yet, no matter what's happened between us, we're exactly the same in wanting happiness and not wanting to suffer. And also exactly the same in the difficult reality that we continue to create the cause for suffering, and we continue to struggle at times to create the causes for happiness, the very happiness that we seek. So recognizing this, the reality of how close we are in experience, even with those that we're in conflict with, we can use this to help us keep our hearts open, even if we choose to maintain some distance, that we can love this other, these others, nonetheless. We can wish them well. So in this way, friends, strangers, and even enemies, we can open our hearts and create, foster, deepen a brave, courageous state of mind that strives to be able to have the kindness, to want to bring benefit. And the deeper that this develops in our own mind, the more that we consider how to really be of benefit, we need to develop our wisdom that understands how we can bring this benefit. What will help? What will truly help? What will truly help, and what will help for a long time? And when we seek, explore, when we investigate in this way, we can see how much of our suffering comes because of our confusion about how things exist. We so often fill in the blanks, and yet we forget or are not aware that what we are relating to, much of it comes from our own minds. And we mistake it for the real thing. It's really like this. And then we get into all sorts of difficulties. So to be of more help, longer term help, if we can develop the wisdom that seeks to understand how things exist, how ourselves, others, and our environment, phenomena exist, we can let go of grasping so much to a conviction that we see things just as they are. Then we can understand more fully how we can offer help to others. reducing conflict, reducing negative states of mind, and so reducing any harmful actions in the world, and instead building bridges and understanding with each other. So with this motivation in mind, how wonderful that we've got this opportunity to practice some meditation, to recite some prayers written by very holy beings, blessed words, with great inspiration and power to bring some healing in the world. And so we can bring to mind particularly anyone suffering from particularly COVID, anyone that's already died because of the virus, anyone that is close to death is very, very sick. Also, we can include anyone who is anxious, fearful, even though they're not sick, they're very concerned about the possibility. It could be very serious if they have underlying conditions, health conditions. And we open our heart also and connect with those that are suffering because of the restrictions that this massive change in the lives of so many people have brought into place. So resources are not as available. And the hardship that this is causing so many individuals, so many families all over the world, materially, and also socially isolated, disconnected from loved ones, lonely, or secluded and isolated with others who they're in conflict with. So much change and so much suffering because of not being ready, prepared, able to manage the change that has taken place, that continues to evolve. And also we can bring to mind those that are suffering because of conflict in their minds in relation to disagreeing with ideas, facts, the science, the decisions that leaders are making about how to manage the experience in different countries, in different regions. So the agitation in people's minds, negative thoughts and actions. And so creating the cause for even more suffering in the future. Particularly, we can think of anyone that we know individually who we know and we have connection, our prayers will be even more effective. And so bringing this focused attention, this expansive altruistic motivation, recognizing, tuning into the suffering of so many beings in this world right now. And setting our mind, placing our minds firmly focused on wishing to benefit. And so to help us do this, we invite into the space in front of us all the enlightened energy, wisdom, compassion, fully developed. It fills the space in front of us like a bright light. And we can shape this enlightened energy into the form of Guru Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, who has a youthful white body, smiling with deep kindness towards ourselves. And then surrounding us, we can invite also all living beings to join in the meditation. On our left side, our mother of this life. On our right side, our father. Seated around us, our loved ones, and in front, a very special seat for someone in particular that we have conflict with. And they are so kind in giving us an opportunity to love them. Even though there's conflict, even though it's not easy. And then surrounding us, all living beings, as far as we can imagine. So we're leading all sentient beings in this practice. And to begin, let's see. We can recite the foundation of all good qualities. We can visualize that all living beings are reciting this prayer with us. And after each verse, we can pause for a moment to visualize that light and nectar rays come from Guru Chenrezig in the space in front of us, inspiring our minds to gain, to develop an understanding of the verse that we've just recited, as if we're just on the verge of gaining that realization, conviction. And the same for all living beings around us. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. So nectar and light rays come from Guru Chenrezig, the space in front, blessing our minds and those of all living beings, and inspiring us in the meaning of the verse. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, it is extremely difficult to find again and is greatly meaningful. Please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. This body and life are changing like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. When I have found definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings and in accomplishing all virtuous deeds. When I have recognized the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, there is no satisfaction in enjoying them. They are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Through my being led by this pure thought, with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows, the root of the teachings, my essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother transmigratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta without familiarizing myself with the 3 types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vows of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. By my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to quickly generate within my mind stream the unified path, calm abiding, and special insight. When I've become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to immediately enter the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I have gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them even at the cost of my life. Then, when I have realized exactly the vital points of the 2 stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and am enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions without effort, without being distracted by non-meditation objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the noble path and the spiritual practitioners who correctly accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Okay. So as we clarify again the visualization of Guru Chenrezig in the space in front. In aspect, Guru Chenrezig in the youthful white body and in nature. Our teacher, if we have one, or we can think His Holiness Dalai Lama or Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or somebody who for us embodies and inspires us towards effortless compassion and deep wisdom, and around us all living beings. And so as we recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, we start with the motivation, which we can recite 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we take a few moments to just reflect on these verses, this mind of refuge that we're, by reciting these lines, that we aim to foster, to develop, to deepen our experience. This mind of refuge is so effective in turning our minds towards virtue. Just as when we have perhaps fallen to the ground and we want to get back up, we look around for something that is available, that is reliable, that is firm and stable, that can help as we push ourselves back up. We are the ones that need to do the work. But we need to find something upon which we can rely to lift ourselves back to where we want to be. So similarly, only we ourselves can change our minds, can transform our lives from suffering to happiness, can reduce and eliminate the actions that we do that cause suffering to ourselves and others. And it's only ourselves that can create, develop, perfect the qualities of mind that bring benefit and happiness to ourselves and others. But in order to do this, we need to learn how. Sometimes it seems easier than others. Sometimes the force of habit is so strong, it's hard to change. But within the refuge of the three jewels, the three rare and sublime jewels of refuge, the Buddha, the enlightened being, the Dharma, the teachings, the scriptures, the texts, and the realizations in the minds of the enlightened beings, and the Sangha, the supportive spiritual community. Within these three jewels of refuge, we have everything that we need to be able to learn our own psychology, to learn what really causes the happiness that we seek, and which of our actions right now is actually causing suffering. So we know what to adopt and we know what to let go of. And the enlightened beings have taught and continue to teach a vast array of teachings, perfectly suited for the disposition of different beings. And so taking refuge in our minds creates the cause to meet with these teachings and with teachers who are skilled and who can explain these methods skillfully so that they suit our minds and we're inspired and we understand and we can make the transformation. And a way to deepen this mind of refuge is to consider also how to take refuge in an inner way. So by this, we can think about our own potential to become Buddha, to become an enlightened being. reminding ourselves that the potential within our own mind is exactly the same as the potential in the mind of all the beings that have completed the path. And in fact, the last line of the verse that mentions taking refuge in the empty clarity of our own minds and Dhammakaya, the fact that our mind is empty of inherent existence is exactly how it can change. The fact that any negative habits that we have, any suffering that we're experiencing, and any habits we have to create, to continue to create suffering, our troublemaker mind, all of these are like clouds in the sky. No matter how dark they are at times, no matter how much they cover the sky, they're not in the nature of the sky. And that's exactly how we can change, and that's exactly how we can attain and realize our full potential of enlightenment, awakening. And so taking refuge in our own inner Dharma, our own potential to achieve true cessation, and our own potential to become Sangha, spiritual community, perfect guides, supporters on the path for those around us. So the more that we develop an altruistic intention, the more that we seek to achieve, obtain, realize these qualities in our mind, because that's how we can help in a much more profound way. So with this motivation, this refuge mind deepened, strengthened, then we can recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we do so, we can visualize that light and nectar radiates out from Guru Chenrezig in the space in front of us and comes to ourselves and all the beings that are surrounding us. And it washes away, soothes any difficulty, any discomfort, unhappiness, difficult experience in life. Completely purifies the experience and also purifies the causes to ever experience these problems again. And this radiating white light and nectar fills all beings with peace of mind, joy, love, kindness, a warm-hearted experience, and an inspiration and courage and confidence to benefit others. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now we can invite Guru Chenrezig to come to the crown of our heads and the crown of the heads of all living beings. And Guru Chenrezig is very happy to do so. He comes and sits on the crowns of all of our heads and then dissolves into light. And this light, wisdom, compassion, energy then melts into ourselves and all living beings. And we can feel a sense of oneness with Guru Chenrezig, so that our entire being becomes infused with loving compassion, and a wisdom that knows just what to do to be helpful, just how to help, when to help, what to do, what to say. And when we tune into this wisdom mind, we can consider for a moment how this sense of I doing the practice, saying the mantra, meditating on oneness with Guru Chenrezig, the action of this practice and the practice itself they don't exist from their own side inherently in a concrete way, independent. In fact, they're empty of existing in this solid way. Just like myself and others are also not existing from our own side. This belief that we have in a sense of separateness, of independence, and changing sense of I is something that we completely make up. It was never true, and it never will be. So with the inspiration of Guru Chenrezig, we can tune into this reality of interconnectedness, interdependent, a reality in which love is a spontaneous expression, objectless compassion, no sense of self and other, no sense of friend, enemy, stranger, just a natural expression of the heart. And arising out of this energy, then we can recite the prayer together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then some verses of dedication by Shantideva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, and the deaf hear sounds, and those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, or whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So reflecting for a moment on this incredible opportunity that we had, the conditions that come together through the kindness of many people to support us being able to gather from different parts of the world, to say prayers together, to generate altruistic, open-hearted intention, and to dedicate our practice towards the benefit of all the living beings in this world, anyone who needs these prayers, and all living beings. And we can consider all this positive action and rejoice. And we can collect it together with all the positive action, any positive action we've done in the past and that we have yet to do in the future. And we can gather it together with the virtue, the positive action of all living beings from the past, present, and future, and all the enlightened beings, the vast amount of positive actions. And gathering all of this together, we can dedicate it that the precious, altruistic wish for enlightenment, Bodhichitta, that has not been born, may it arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. Likewise, may the precious wisdom realizing emptiness that has not yet been born, may it arise. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of all our precious teachers in this world be long and stable, perfect health. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their holy wishes come about exactly as they envision, without a second's delay. All right. Well, thank you very much for everyone that joined, and what an amazing delight to see Venerable Thangtong in another new location.
Well, yes. Well, at the moment I'm bouncing back and forth in the UK, so yes, it's back at the south coast today. So, but yeah, next week I shall be back in Leeds. So yeah, lovely to see you, Venerable.
Nice to see you.
Lovely.
I see that you're going to be the SPC in Leeds.
Yes.
Wow, thank you very much.
No, it's
thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Aldo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
joining us.
The teachings. Long life for your teaching.
Thank you for joining.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much. Aldo, thank you very much for joining in. That's always nice. It's nice when people join, I think, it's and enjoy the teachings, and it's lovely. Now it's the SPC. Yes, it's been interesting the first sort of week that I've been, on site, and it's I think there's great karma for the center, which is really, really wonderful, and particularly now that we're opening up with the lockdowns again, I think there's great potential, and they've done amazing work with the building, because whether they bought an old warehouse 2, 3, 4 years ago. And I mean, the work that's gone in, and, you know, given that it was interrupted with what they could do due to the lockdowns, it's massive, you know, it's really, really great and joyful. So fingers crossed, you know, may I do them justice. And it's, you know, that is, it's a great team. So it's, I'm looking forward to it. So please, you know, if you know, should you visit the UK, you know, let me know and then come and visit.
Yeah. Well, my actually is my brother lives in Harrogate, so
oh
yeah, so
that's
there's
nice.
every possibility when I come over and visit him. Then
please do
I'll
drop a line, and then you never know, you know, you might share your wisdom and experience with us.
Maybe we can have a cup of tea together.
Oh, absolutely. But what a small world, isn't it? I mean, there we are, you know, separated, you know, by oceans at the moment, and you know, but technically you just sort of are down the road.
Yeah, also disconnected after all.
Yes, it's I find that always amazing, you know, when you have sort of these, I mean, Harrogate is, you know, it's sort of relatively smaller place, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, I mean, this is the thing, you know, you go like, oh, you know, if you go like, oh yeah, I'm London, I'm this and that, people sort of can relate, but actually when you said, you go like, that is nearby, but it's not all that. I haven't been yet, but it's on my list. I was so Harrogate, and when I was scanning where I could go, you know, but yeah, I definitely will move up, we'll visit the area, and then would be lovely to see you.
Well, thank you. I look forward to it, and I wish you, thank you for your support ongoing with this, and I wish you all the best with the move.
No, thank you for yours. It's much appreciated, you know.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your attention. Have a lovely day. Look after yourself.
You too.
And I see you next week, hopefully.
Okay. All
right. Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. So yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chenrezig Institute. Who I've got with me this morning? Is it Nathan, Tim, Margot? Who have I got? Oh, well, anyway, thank you. Lovely to have you here, and making sure that we're all on air. And yes, if you followed us last week, that we had an unfortunate technical glitch. So if you were wondering what was happening, we do apologize. We lost the connection with YouTube for a while. So, but it's nice to be back and be able to see you all out on YouTube, the regulars and joining us. And if you're watching us live or as a recording later on, thank you very much for taking the time and joining in on the prayers. And yes, we only got about it's a short one. I have to be mindful. We've got less than half an hour to go. So yeah, but it's lovely to be back. So unfortunately, last week I wasn't part of prayerathon myself, which really feels strange. It's been such a great part of my life, and I know that for many, prayerathon has been a nice partner as well. So for a weekly event that people are looking forward to, and I can share that when we suddenly can't be there. But again, it's one of those things in life. We have to be careful that we don't become over attached to certain things, and that we don't beat ourselves up if we suddenly can't make something or you know, can't be present. You know, as long as we're present with a heart and mind, and our motivation remains the same for the benefit of all other sentient beings. So that is really the most important thing. But being glad to be back, let's take a moment to take a few deep breaths. And just to reset our motivation, why we are here in particular, you know, as individuals, and all the reasons may vary. It's because we're following Rinpoche's advice, here because it's a practice we do anyway, and it's nice to join a community because maybe there's a slight variation to the way we do these here as individuals, as individual leads, and that's, for me, it's a very enjoyable part of this prayerathon, that although we use pretty much all the same prayers, the little add-on prayers and dedications and thoughts make such a wonderful, rich weekly event rather than just a sort of robotic structure. And that can be very inspiring as well for our own practices. We may be here because we have experienced loss through the pandemic, not exclusively to the pandemic, of a loved one. Maybe a loved one is about to die or just has recently died, or maybe there's sickness in the family amongst friends, or we ourselves may be affected by ill health. We may have had other impact, socioeconomic impact, so as a consequence of all the lockdowns and interrupted global activities. I've just stumbled across this channel and wondered what this is about, and that's perfectly all right. You don't have to be Buddhist to join us. As His Holiness says, you don't have to become a Buddhist to benefit from Buddha's teachings. If there's something that you can integrate in your daily life, then please feel free to take it and apply to your life. And if it helps you to be a happier, more rounded person. So, and given that we're always, thinking about other sentient beings as a priority, that we wish to help them, that we want to benefit them, want to ease their suffering. Let's start with 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So, having said our individual focus, you may have different inspirational prayers to set you up. So I find these 4 verses particularly inspiring to me because it acknowledges what I'm meant to be doing to ease the suffering. It acknowledges the wonderful community that I share my activities with, be it the ordained Sangha, be it the community that I'm directly involved with, and also here right now the community with each and every one of you who is joining these prayers again, be it as a recording later on or being here with me live, and everyone now who's somewhere in this world joining in prayers to combat the pandemic. So these things are really, really important, and we also must remember that we have these wonderful teachers and inspirational figures who try to get the best out of us, to make us better and more compassionate in many ways. And again, it's not just a matter for the here and now, but it's for the long time to have that universal compassion, the deep compassion for all living beings and all sentient beings, wherever they are. And so if we visualize now our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone who's joining us not so keen on visualizing deities for whatever reason, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all. And when we say for all beings, we mean all beings. We do not exclude, Bob down the road because, he was mean to us or anything like that, or because my boss made me do overtime. That is totally inconsequential. We include all beings because all beings want happiness and freedom from suffering, just like us. And how can we be universally compassionate if we begin to exclude, if we set conditions? Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. As we're being filled with that light, more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature is being revealed atom by atom. And we begin to fill with light. More of the old karmic dirt and grime is being removed. All the stains, nasty smells and tastes being removed. The more refreshed we feel, the more rejuvenated we feel, the more we can feel that weight lifting from our shoulders. When we look around, we can see the same applies to all other sentient beings. And how happy they are that they feel clean again, pure again, being able to move freely, see freely, clearly. And deep down, we then realize also that despite our outer appearances, we're actually pretty much the same. We all want happiness and a long and healthy life. None of us want to be bothered. None of us wants to have to look over our shoulders all the time, worried about who wants to do us harm, who thinks about us in a negative way, talks about us in a negative way, or talks to us negatively, treats us unfairly. These are fundamentals we all share. And we recognize also that the suffering that we've experienced comes through the actions of body, speech, and mind. Not just those of others, but also our own, that we have contributed to their suffering and in return to our own. So we make the pledge that from now on we engage in wholesome activities. Activities which are beneficial to mother sentient beings and in return to ourselves. Sharing the gift of joy and happiness, enabling beings to be happy and free from suffering in whichever form we can, to the best of our ability, to the best of our understanding here right now. And while in this current state we're in, we find ourselves limited to the extent we can offer. That doesn't mean we can't offer. We're just limited in the way we can act. So we want to better ourselves. We want to be enlightened, to free ourselves so that we can, without any interruption, focus entirely and constantly, effortlessly to benefit mother sentient beings. Let's invite Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. I've taken refuge in the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying. And more of that purification is taking place. And we begin to fill with light more and more, so much so that our body cannot hold any more of that pure light. And we radiate light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings. We share ourselves with the Guru and others, and likewise others share themselves with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru and one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion. And like a bright beacon, we shine for those who are still lost in the darkness of samsara, so that they may find their way out. And we act like a searchlight to find those who are aimlessly wandering in confusion, so that we may step into the darkness to lead them out to liberation. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, let's remember that it was through the actions of body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that so much suffering has been caused. But it's also through the body, speech, and mind, in the holy aspect of the Gurus, that we can liberate and make the big transitions to benefit Mother Sentient Beings. So in order to achieve the holy state of body, speech, and mind, we have to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om, to be of maximum benefit to all Mother Sentient Beings, and to be there consistently and effortlessly in our ways to benefit all Mother Sentient Beings until they are liberated. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, and how you receive light and give light in a continuous flow, and how we all merge into one light. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults through the actions of body, speech, and mind, have made the promise to Mother Sentient Beings to from now on engage in wholesome actions to the best of our ability until we are enlightened ourselves, so that we can effortlessly continue to be of benefit without flaw. Having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many Mani mantras whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, and through the recitation of the many Mani mantras, may visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we can, at least the duration of these prayers. may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease, to help all sentient beings who are suffering as part of this COVID pandemic, but not exclusively the COVID pandemic. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who are entering the bardo or have entered the bardo have swift transitions in favor of rebirth. May every being who's is experiencing hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships and be restored to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. We recite the prayer. Let's have a look. We do once. Time restraints. So really from the bottom of your heart, think about all mother sentient beings across the 6 realms. If it's easier for you, just visualize all beings in human form, because it is from the human form that would say we can be enlightened. And again, not excluding a single being, think about the suffering of body, speech, and mind. And by focusing really our energy and motivation and with good intentions, when we read those prayers, think about how we want to end the suffering of body, speech, and mind across the 6 realms for all mother sentient beings. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just visualize how the prayer is taking effect. And we're thinking about the effects taking place right at the root causes, the seeds, before it even has a chance to emerge. We don't want any suffering to rise again. So we have to start really with the seeds. And of course, it's much more satisfying if you could just go and wipe everything off and go, oh, doesn't that look pretty? The hedge is gone. But if we leave the seeds, if we leave the roots, the root causes, then it will give rise again. You know, clearing up after the cuttings, that's the most satisfying job. The hard thing is really to make sure that we really prepared the ground in such a way that happiness can prevail. So if you look around, you go like, I don't see any changes, only because we can't see the change. How many of us, as I said, it's easy to see when we cut back a hedge, when we cut down a tree. But, it's the root causes, the seeds that matter. And then the rest will wilt away and we can clear that one up. So don't despair if things don't seem on the outside, in the open, not necessarily having to change. But think about where we started when we had the pandemic, when we didn't know what was happening, when we weren't quite sure how we could treat people. We had no vaccinations. And whatever your views on vaccinations, we all have a social responsibility, in doing what we can, be it by keeping distances or wearing masks, whatever we can contribute. But at the time, we didn't know anything what we could do with it. And so many people passed away, entered the bardo. So much suffering at the front line, those who observed all the suffering. Having had friends who were right at the front line, who saw their friends die, was very traumatic for these people. So you mustn't forget that. Never mind the families and the friends that have been affected. So we do whatever we can to help end suffering, limit suffering, ease the suffering. And if you can't help, at least we don't want to do any harm. Dedications. Maybe dedicate to the long life of all other sentient beings, that they live long and healthy lives, meet the Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Maybe the cause for them to achieve all this, maybe dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, in particular, shown as the 14th Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we continue to be guided by the wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. Okay. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen rise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me and all the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am empty, completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kuwe Shingam Di Pendang Dewa Malu Jowene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shapesite Badu Thank you Hochi. Lama Zopa Tu Shang Xing Yang Yun Gewe Tenzing Kampelwe Kunzo Dok Foze Choksum Kewe Lek Mun Tudru Padak Sok Tuje Gundu Shap Ten Show. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining me in this session. So I can't acknowledge individuals on YouTube right now, but I'm sure our regulars will be there. So hello, everyone. And if you have left us with little prayers, unfortunately, as I said, I'm missing a second screen to see any requests on YouTube. Please be assured that we include each and every one of you and those you want us to pray for in our motivations and prayers here. Let's have a quick look to the message. Oh, bless you. Ah, we got a new trainee. Hello, Terry. How are you? Show thyself. It's always nice. Trainee host. I love that. No, you see, it's a wonderful team at Chenrezig Institute, because I mean, although we lead the prayers here, and it's the faces you see a lot. It's always the people in the background that we really, really have to be grateful for, because without the wonderful tech team, I mean, how could we be here if they wouldn't host us week in, week out, and making sure that we can be on air and reach each and every one of you. So yeah, thank you very much. And then of course, if you think about all the wonderful people who actually put the tech into place, the people who put the broadband lines, etc., and all the people who make the wonderful cups of tea, it's a really great effort. So I'm just wondering, we should be having next. let's have a quick look. Where am I? Is Venerable Tendron here? You coming? Do we know? Is she trying to log on? We have a okay. So we haven't got there was a yeah. No worries. I can cover. It's not a big deal. I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes we get a chance to log in. Sometimes we you know, life gets in the way, and or we forget, or you know, I mean, it didn't help that I sent an old schedule out first yesterday, and people are like, oh, it's not what I booked. So I had to correct that, which is funny. But again, you know, as it says, you know, to as human, so that's perfectly all right. No worries. When we're tendering, if you're out there, if you can listen, if you can hear us, and you've worried that you for whatever reason that you can't log on, that's perfectly all right. I know you're one of those wonderful beings who like to contribute. So I just carry on and do the session. You would do exactly the same for me. So no worries there. Okay, so let's do another short session. That's me already taking up another 5 minutes of that second half. So well, welcome again. Thank you for hanging on. If you were waiting for Venerable Tendron, was it Tendron I said? Pardon. I have to be careful because okay, it's too early morning. Tendron, bless her. So yes, so we do another quick session. So we just reset our motivation. And Aldo, I think you're still unmuted. Could you just mute yourself? Thank you. And let's just have a look. Got a lot of sort of extra sound coming in. Aldo, thank you. And again, it just sometimes happens, you know, everybody has been in a Zoom meeting now, so you think you sort of click the right button and then you, for whatever reason, then so it's not a big deal. We never should really lose our rec about little things like that. And it's so easy for us to do, particularly when we may be tired, we don't feel well, we get a bit cranky. Oh, I can do without this. And we all have been there, but actually, you know, and then the
I'm sorry, I'm following from a normal phone, so I
oh sorry,
my is vacating my signal. So
no, that's fine. It's just no, I'm just filling in for Venerable Tendron. But yeah, you're more than welcome to follow. It's fine, you know. It's just your phone is still because it wasn't muted. I got a little bit of a recoil, you know, the sort of sound bounce back. That's perfectly all right. You're more than welcome to be here, Aldo. I don't know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No, don't worry. The more the merrier. You know, it sends out good vibes. No, I don't have any objections you being here. Far from it. It's always nice to have people, you know, joining in. And it's lovely. I don't think you and I met yet, but it's lovely to have you on board, Aldo.
Thank you. Thank
you very much indeed. So no, when I was saying it's so easy sometimes that when we have things happening that you know, it's like, oh, this irritates me or this and that. But why do we get agitated? What does it change? You know, it's as a honest. You know, it's if you do something, maybe, you know, you're sort of maybe under a table or under a car and trying to fix it, and something doesn't go, and you get angry and you snap and you hit your head somewhere, and then you have a big, you know, bruise on your head as well. I mean, what did anger do? It just gave you a big bruise. So it's no problem. But it's good to know that when we get agitated, what the reasons are. And then, of course, we often get misunderstood. We think we get misunderstood because it wasn't our intention to say something a certain way. And, you know, why do they misunderstand me? But likewise, are we as understanding when we deal with people who may be a little bit cranky, Do we see maybe that there's something else going on in the background that they may find disruptive, or that they're not feeling well, or maybe they had, other factors influencing their life at the time. So, never be too quick to judge, why people act a certain way, but look beyond what is beyond the mask of the anger. What is it masking? The pain, the suffering, the frustration. So on that note, if we can all be compassionate, that would be wonderful. Okay. Just have a quick look. And okay. So if we set our motivation again, so we've just done that. So if you visualize our guru in the aspect and Chenrezig, and again, if you're still joining us from a previous session, that's perfectly all right. You're always welcome to spend as much time with us during prayerathon as you wish. And I know some of you actually do, throughout the 24 hours. Sometimes, come up very regular. So thank you for all your wonderful support and dedication. I know that some of you also have the mission to make sure that, each of our wonderful leads throughout the 24 hours has at least one person following them, whatever time of day. And that is such a wonderful gesture. And thank you all. And it's much appreciated. So if we visualize our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, again, if you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone who's reluctant engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Look beyond the difference. See the suffering in each and every one of them, and the wish to be free from suffering. And enjoy happiness is what really, brings us together. We're no different, whether we're a dog, cat, human, fish, other beings. None of us want to suffer. We all want to just have a happy life. And again, think about it, what I said at the beginning, when we sort of get cranky. It's so easy then to be misunderstood. And then, of course, then the vicious circle that starts. You misunderstood me, then before you know it, you have an argument, you have a row, then you live up to expectations, you start to dislike the person. And when you go down the line, 10, 15, 20 years, nobody knows what the real reason was why people fell out. Usually something over something very trivial, over misunderstanding. And what a shame. So visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And he's light being found in one of the infinite number of mother sending beings, again, wherever they are, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing all negative karma and delusions. Again, we recognize through the actions of body, speech, and mind that so much harm has been done, not just by others, but also by ourselves. We have contributed to this, through the feedback loop. We have thought of, spoken about, and treated others disrespectfully, often out of from a point of fear and ignorance, maybe even pride. But we had the wrong views often. So, we want to change. We want to make sure that we from now on engage in beneficial activities. So we have to acknowledge that we have made mistakes. And again, if we stick to this, but he started it, where's it going to end? So one of us, has to break the cycle. So may as well be us and say, okay, fine. Draw a line. What can I learn from all this, as far as I remember? And that's what we talk about, you know, the action of body, speech, and mind since beginning this time. I mean, where did it start? You know, some of the actual nonsense that has contributed to the suffering of so many, including ourselves. Wouldn't it be nice if we all can be here, happy, you know, whole, healed, and sharing the gift of happiness? What a wonderful thing to do. Because ultimately, that's all we want. So we take the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Nakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge and invited Mother Sentient Beings to do the same, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The purifying light nectar intensifies, and more purifying light is filling our bodies. And again, we begin to radiate light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings. We share the love and compassion of the Guru, become one with the Guru, become one with one another. And as we recite about to recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with others. But again, you know, when we talk about Mother Sentient Beings, we have to think about all the beings across the 6 realms. And this beautiful prayer by that Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo. And it's known as the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, in which he addresses the 6 realms and also the causes for us to fall into those 6 realms. So we may as well remind ourselves about these causes and what we can do really to change our own habits so that we may benefit others in the best possible way and keep ourselves out of trouble by falling into those lower realms. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of the hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect Pure Land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the perfect Pure Land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the Pure Land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attentions to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. If you recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer now, we do 3 recitations. Again, if you have a little bit more time, think about whenever you recite prayers, it's easy to think, oh, we have to get as many in as possible. And, you know, ideally, the more we can recite, the better, you know, things can be. But it's better to focus on fewer and give those prayers your full attention than just trying to meet numbers. So if you have less time, you know, to do maybe one prayer or one recitation, but really with full dedication and the purest heart and focus you can give. If you have a bit more time, like we have now, we can do maybe 3 recitations. So we can hear, why do I want to do 3? It's just one of those numbers we use, 1, 3, 7, 21. Or actually, can I apply meaning? You know, here we want to do 3 recitations because from my point, I think about the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and the suffering of the mind. So 1 dedication, 1 recitation for each. If you have more time, you could think about each individual ram. You could do 1 prayer for each of the rams, maybe top it up with 1, you know, to make the wonderful number 7. If you have more time, you could do 3 recitations per ram. You could do more. It's really up to you, but make sure that when you do these prayers, that you really stay focused and with a pure motivation. So you know, if we say, oh, I've got time to do 108 of, you know, the long mantras. Well, then do 1, but with pure heart. That is, you know, that is quite nice. And we can sometimes do stuff on the hoof, so to speak. So don't worry. People always think they have to be in a very fixed place to practice, and when the time is limited, we can always do a little bit here, yeah, little but often, you know, accumulates as well. Okay. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings now from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sun, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just briefly look at some of the lines here in this prayer. Again, when we go out and said, that we pray for all mother sentient beings. So if you hear, the lines here of 80,000 classes of interferers and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the diseases, sound as terrifying as being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So again, there's a lot of negative intonation, sometimes when we read the text just as is, about Yama and then the spirits and this and that. But again, if you think about spirits, why do they harm? Because their programming is out of sync. They're in a loop. We want to break them. We don't break the beings, but we want to break the loop, the feedback loop, so that they can actually engage in wholesome activity to benefit other beings. So we also have to be compassionate here. And if you think about Yama is just a gatekeeper. It's our actions of body, speech, and mind that make us pass through that door. And we go like, you got the ticket to travel here, you have the ticket to travel there. So, and it's really the emphasis on the power of the word, the sound of whose names is as terrifying. So the actions of our body, speech, and mind really have mega impact. So we need to be mindful. And that's why we really should be really considerate how we interact with other beings, and how easy it is when we think something might be a joke when we say something, but how is it impacting those beings? So it's a good thing. But again, be kind to Yama. He's a travel companion. So he's like the coachman. When you go to work until you retire, you might see that coachman every time you get on the bus. So as long as we get reborn, we're gonna to go through the samsaric cycle. We probably say hello to Yama quite a lot. So over endless lifetimes we've been through, and endless lifetimes we might still have to come until we're enlightened. So we might as well befriend him, have a chat and say, good morning, how are you? So be nice, be compassionate, be kind to yourselves. So quick dedications. I'm talking too much already. Tampa's here, waiting in the wings. Okay, may we dedicate to our beings, especially our gurus who have guided us on this path, who've shown us the teachings with great love and compassion. May we benefit from the wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, especially His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime, and may we always benefit from his presence and guidance and have access to his teachings. Due to the merits of these spiritual sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone. Long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Jingam Di Pendan Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Shapesi Te Badu Thank you Hochi Tzu Chang Jing Yam Gen Gewe Tenzing Gyalpo Kunzo Do Po Tse Chokshon Kewe Legmun Turu Padak Sok De Jegandu Shapten Shu. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us online here on Zoom. Thank you very much, Aldo, for being here. Lovely to have you on board. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. And there he is, Venerable Temple. How are you? How's life? How's life?
Thank you very much.
Is it cold?
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, we've got foggy morning here.
Thank you.
Kopan,
and thank you for your teachings and your prayers.
You
and have a long life for your prayers and teachings.
Thank you very much, Aldo. Same to you. I hope we see you back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, bless. Sorry. So yeah, so you have cloudy weather at the moment.
Yeah, it's very cloudy and foggy and very kind of damp around at the moment. It's quite cool. It feels like very kind of English weather at the moment.
Yeah. Oh well, at least you got your daggum to keep you warm. Anyway, are you still there, or have we lost connection?
Sorry?
Oh, you're still there. Okay, fine. It was just a screen freeze. I was just wondering whether you.
Yeah, you're a bit broken up. Sorry.
Yeah, I have the same with you. So I better get off the screen.
You sound like you've been having a few whiskeys, but I'm sure you haven't.
No. It's too early. What time is it? 5 o'clock in the morning here. Anyway, look after yourself, Venerable Temple.
Okay, take care.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Venerable Damsho. As always, very dedicated to this prayerathon. So thank you very much for all the coordination work that the Venerable Damsho does, and for all the extra time slots that I know that he fills in for when we're unable to fulfill all of those. but it's good that we're still running. So yeah, we're still under the advice of Rinpoche to complete this prayerathon of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo's blessed prayer in order to pacify the pandemic. So until the pandemic is no longer a threat, then we have to continue until then. So it's great that everyone is so dedicated in doing that. So thank you to everyone. So yeah, so it seems that maybe the coronavirus is maybe losing its intensity. Let's hope that that's true and that continues, and that we think that our prayers are definitely contributing to that. Yeah, due to the infallibility of karma, there's no doubt that we're purifying negative causes that create this situation, and yeah, we're also experiencing another outbreak of COVID at Wuhan. So please pray for us here, all the monks here. I've managed to stay clear of it as far this time. Hopefully that continues, but hopefully everyone who is infected or who are unwell, hopefully that they will get well very soon and benefit from this. Rinpoche has again requested the monks to recite this prayer many times in order to pacify the outbreak that we have here, and also the prayer Aria Tara's promise, the mantra promise. So we should also recite that many times and dedicate all those who are sick and well. So I hope that everyone in the world is protected and that they benefit from our prayers and our mantras and our meditations and our practices and everything that we do that has a virtuous foundation. And so we continue to build our motivation, and firstly taking refuge in the three rare sublime ones, who are the sole source of refuge, who have all the qualities to enable us to have a meaningful life and to be free from all the sufferings of samsara. So here we recite the motivation lines and refuge from the actual practice of the blessed prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Dhammas, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the Dhammas, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, who shines in the space before us. My Guru, my root Guru in the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, embodies all the qualities, all the three sublime ones, in time, merit, field. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, the Dhammas, and the Kinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. Just going to put my microphone on mute, just have to cough for a moment. Sorry. Okay, so then to deepen a renunciation of our self-cherishing mind, which is the cause of all suffering that we experience and others experience around us. So reciting these verses, 8 verses of thought transformation by the Great One of Tamba. And after each verse, we just reflect on its meaning and try to generate some aspiration to actually actualize that aspiration. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious whomever I am with, I should always consider myself the lowest of all. My mind, endangering myself and others, I shall convert whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. Take upon myself all the harmful actions and sufferings. Defiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, may I, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, be released from the bondage of attachment. Having created the cause to rid our minds of this self-cherishing and thought, the cause of our own and others' unsought suffering, with a strong aspiration, our holy guru arises in the space before us in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig. Standing on a variegated lotus and moon, rising from the Sri syllable, is a pure white body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant, in standing pose. He has 11 faces and 1,000 arms. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant, The right face is green and the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the right red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left is green. They each have long, narrow eyes, like lotus petals, and smiling expressions. And above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala with 3 bulging eyes and wrathful wrinkles and bared fangs. He has orange flashing hair standing upright, and upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, who gazes down upon ourselves and all sentient beings surrounding us in infinite like space with endearing, loving kindness and compassion. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations. And the fourth right hand holds a Dharma chakra. On his left side, the second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third hand holds a water vessel, and the fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations, reaching out in all directions. And in the palm of each hand is the eye of a Buddha, gazing down upon sentient beings, protection, and granting the realizations. They represent 1,000 Buddhas of this eon. And he is adorned by many jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks draped over his body. And over his left shoulder is an envelope skin. On his brow is adorned a white syllable Om, at his throat a red syllable R, and at his heart a blue syllable Om. At his heart is also a moon mandala upon which stands a syllable Shri. From the Shri at his heart, pure white light rays radiate outwards in all directions, raining down upon sentient beings, blessings. And on the tip of each of those rays of light is the replica of the Great Compassionate One, descending to the crown of each sentient being. And pure white light descends down into this through the crowns of sentient beings into their central channels, completely purifying all negativities, obscurations, and delusions. And we maintain that visualization. The first round of the recitation of the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. We focus on the purification through our own central channel, purifying all of our own negativities, obscurations, and delusions. And now continue with the visualization, focusing on that light emitting from the heart of those numberless Chenrezigs upon the crown of each sentient being, descending into their central channels, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, and delusions. And one can visualize that pure white light that has entered one's own central channel and completely purified, passing out through one's heart to all sentient beings in the same way, intensifying the purification. And now there's a third and final recitation of the mantra. We visualize that pure white light separates into multi-colored light rays, and as it passes into sentient beings, crowns, it grants them all the sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that all sentient beings achieve the enlightened state of Buddhahood and become Chenrezig themselves. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme And we think that all sentient beings, we visualize all sentient beings in the aspect, in the nature of Guru Chenrezig, the pure, compassionate essence of all the Buddhas, even our worst enemies, as well as our loved ones and those who we are indifferent towards. And think that all is an aspect of Chenrezig. And then in order to benefit sentient beings of this world, Chenrezig arises in the aspect of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo in order to pacify the diseases of all the sentient beings. And go back to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease and recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher-eating animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three rays of Paimons, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And likewise, we also recite the prayer recited by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo at the time of great famine. We also do that for all the sentient beings in the world who are suffering at the moment, famine, Afghanistan, Yemen, and in parts of Africa. The name of the country's gone out of my head right now, but for all beings in the world, particularly those places, but for everyone. All beings in other realms who are experiencing great famine and loss, without food. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guided Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Pradeka Buddhas, Gurus, Idams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yakshawal's gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these, protect us living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, and so forth, on the lands, world as snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And we nourish grains from crops, harvest, and so forth, ripening and increase like the dew during the age of completion. For the force having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, for the force of love and compassion, may the illness of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life from illness, through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect. May the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, may all living beings swiftly attain highest enlightenment. So yeah, Ethiopia was the country I was trying to think of. Those places where famine is particularly an issue, a widespread issue. So then we also recite that 1/3 prayer by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, which Rinpoche has suggested is very beneficial at this time. So the one to the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Almighty Padme Hung, great loving victorious one, Aria, sublime, compassionate, died-looking one, Raffle, victorious, high griever, perfect, Katara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers. On the hearing, who become passionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by the fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigration beings whose hatred is blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, changed it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause of those who are born and die to have long lives, not to have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy in life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindset of deity, and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay, and then we think we first rejoice in this practice, in this wonderful prayer-a-thon, and everyone that has contributed and is contributing and will contribute. All the roots of virtue that have ever been amassed by sentient beings, by all the holy beings, and all the gurus and all the buddhas. Dedicate all of those with the prayer taken from Shantideva's Bodhichitta. We all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an illusion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are born with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill go to be freed from the ailments and whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I to remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And we seal all the roots of virtue in emptiness, that may they never be destroyed until enlightenment. Due to all past, present, future merits collected by me and those Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who exist in mere name, may the I which exists in mere name we achieve that enlightenment which exists in mere name, with all the sentient beings who exist in mere name, to that enlightenment which exists in mere name, by myself alone, who exists in mere name. We dedicate for all of roots of virtues, finally for precious gurus around the world, that they may live long and healthy lives, and always that we may always meet with them and hear the Mahayana teachings, particularly the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, in all our lives, never be separated, and that all their holy wishes will be spontaneously fulfilled. And in particular for His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Likewise for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to one's own self for being here and engaging in this practice and generating a good motivation and fulfilling the wishes of our precious Guru and advice by Guru. So rejoice, and may everyone be safe and well. And thank you to everyone for their contribution. And I'm going to hand over now to, sorry, Venerable, I can't remember your name. I recognize your face, I think. You're, sorry?
Thank you, Dr. Tempa.
Okay.
Thank you for all.
Thank you. Venerable, what's your name?
Life. Yeah. The signer is vacating.
What's your name?
Aldo.
So I'm sorry if the signal that I've been using has not been good enough for everyone, but at least hopefully you've been able to follow the prayers that have been on screen. So please take care and thank you. Tenda le song.
Yes.
Tenda.
Yeah, I could not say anything as long as you had shared screen. I could not.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. But nice to see you, Tempa. How are you?
Yeah, you're in Nalanda, are you?
Yes, yeah. And where are you now?
I'm in Kopan.
Kopan still? Wow, wow. Close to the guru.
Still here.
Close to the hotspots. The very fast, quick, and went to enlightenment. Wow, wow, wow.
Hopefully, I'm getting the strong signal.
Oh, wow, wow. Yeah, no, yeah, you're very fortunate.
Try and pass it on.
What are you studying at this moment, or
Thank you. Likewise,
retreat?
Okay, I hope everyone's well. Sorry?
But are you doing retreat or studies these days?
The studies. Yeah, I teach in the school English still. The students. So that's a full-time role, and I'm also studying the philosophy Duda with the monks at the moment. So that's also going well.
Oh wow!
So exam coming soon.
Yes, wow.
A little bit.
Wish you already success.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for participating as well. Yes.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, I think Malgo, did I saw your face in Australia?
Hello.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Well, not very good.
Oh. But you're healthy?
Yeah.
You're doing well?
Yeah, I'm healthy, but we have this vaccination pressure.
Ah, and you're a bit scared of
And
this pressure.
Yes, and I'm not willing to take vaccine.
Oh,
so
anyway, you look for other people who are in the same position as you, then you feel most support, I think. There's quite some
well,
people.
yes, I'm also sad of all those people in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, wish you good luck and hope you don't get the virus like everyone. Like, yeah, because even here in the West Europe, the numbers are rocketing. It's never been so high, and but the hospitalizations are very low. So yeah, that's the good news. Yeah. Anyway, hope you keep a good health, and thank you so much for what you're doing at Chenrezig.
Thank you.
You also do some studies for the program?
Well, no, I'm working full time.
Full time? Oh, well.
Mm.
So you get only the blessings and the karma. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. So yeah, I think I have to start. I have 2 sessions, so I can do it a bit slowly. Yeah. So anyway, I'm looking for my text. Prepared yesterday of the text. So welcome, good morning, afternoon, or evening, or night, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being with us on the blessed prayer known as Liberating Shakya from Disease. According to our teachers, very powerful prayer in this COVID time. So still so many people get infected, so many people are affected, not only in terms of being sick in hospitals all over the world, also some people lost their lives. So we do this practice especially also for them to get good human rebirth, or a rebirth in the pure realms, the pure Buddha field. And also so many people are hit by the COVID socially, economically, lost partners and so forth, are more lonely. So psychologically also it's so as we just heard, like there's many sides to this whole pandemic. So we're all influenced by it. So we do this practice for our, also for all sentient beings, of course, because the practice has a few elements. Is building up the visualization and taking refuge. Then we do many mantras of Mani Padme Hum. Then you can listen to Lama Zopa Rinpoche in the background. Because we can do all the Mani Padme Hums according to the visualization in our own rhythm. Then there's the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo And there's the dedications. And as I have 1 hour, I would like to do afterwards some of the 8 prayers for the deceased, because for them it's a very crucial time to take good rebirth. So the more we can support good passing to Pure Land or human rebirth, the better for those who have passed on. So it's of course, it's a deed of compassion. We make prayers, strong prayers for others. So Thangtong Gyalpo is a compassion practice, but we can visualize the guru or guru in front of us in the form of Avalakte Shivara, Chenrezig. So Chenrezig is Sanskrit, Avalakte Shivara, Tibetan. So actually the other way around. And so we visualize very strongly Avalakte Shivara in front of us, and it's one with our guru. So we can visualize very strong compassion for all sentient beings who are around us. So in general, the males on the right side, females on the left side, those we are close to, those who support us, those we call our friends, spiritual friends, and so forth. Well, behind us and in front of us, those we have difficulties with, like dictators, very egoistic politicians, those in your environment who cause problems for others, who harm others, steal others, kill, and so forth. So, of course, you have a very bad name. All those people we have difficulties with, somehow we can visualize in front of us. So we visualize also all sentient beings from all 10 realms. So it's huge. Also animals, for example, they are in human form also around us. So all the hell realm beings, the heaven realm beings, the ghosts, the spirits. So they are all around us. And in front of us is Guru, our Guru, who has all good qualities, who has gone beyond. So he has all the means and all the techniques how to reach enlightenment. And yeah, that's the ultimate way of helping us, because if we become enlightened ourselves, we have no problems at all with the pandemic and any other problems on this planet. According to the teachings, there's about 84,000 different types of problems. So often we think, oh, if this problem is gone, then I will be happy. But because that's then again temporarily, because then another problem comes up. So many types of sicknesses, social problems, and so forth. So the greatest gift of the enlightened beings is that they teach us the way to enlightenment, so that we become kind of our doctors ourselves. Because in general, sometimes the Buddha is seen as a doctor who gives recipes, he gives teachings which you can verify, which you can think over, we can analyze. And that's also what the Buddha said, that we should analyze his teachings, not just believe. Then these instructions are the medicine, and then we have Sangha members that we take refuge in. It's very strictly spoken. It's the those who are also out of samsara, who have no egoism anymore, have no disturbing emotions anymore. That way, very safe to take refuge in. They are also befriend everyone. They have made the prayers to help all sentient beings also to enlightenment. They might be less powerful than the Buddhas, but still they are like elder brothers and sisters. So it's very reliable to take refuge in them on each somehow lower level monks and nuns, because they have vows, so they should not harm also others. They should be very mindful of their body, speech, and mind, speech, and body activities. So, but still they make mistakes because they are in samsara, so they are not holy beings. So that's Buddha Dharma Sangha, where we all can take refuge in. All these sentient beings, we take refuge on their behalf, and we make the prayers on their behalf. You can find the text below the screen if you're on YouTube. Link to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. to start with our motivation. If we want to practice Dharma, if we want to follow the Buddha's teachings, if we want to practice Dharma, motivation is crucial, it's most essential. If we do mantras just to have no suffering for this life, then the effect goes not beyond that. But if we want to become Buddha for the welfare of all sentient beings, this same activity which we do by body, speech, or mind is much more powerful and has much more consequences. So in a certain way, we can say we can create much more karma if our motivation is right. So if we have the very highest motivation, we want to use this life to develop our qualities to its highest potential, in order to help also in future lives sentient beings to enlightenment. We do what we can at this moment with our qualities, but on the other hand, we have a vision where we want to go and how we want to use this life where we have limited possibilities to benefit others. Of course, we can benefit others by cooking and doing all kinds of daily activities, by being a good director or a good driver on the road or a good farmer and so forth. So we can really do what we can, but it's in a certain way limited. If we would have many more qualities like being clairvoyant and so forth, then we can be of much more benefit. Actually, that's a very good wish, that we want to benefit as much as possible others within our limit by being very ethical, by giving not people a very hard time if it's not necessary, spread the Dharma in a good way from the heart. Something lower level is we want to go out of samsara, because once we finish the problems for ourselves, it's so much, we have much more free space to help others. And despite our effort, maybe in this life, we might not reach these goals. So we might need a good future life. So we also take refuge sometimes for this reason. We want to do good in order to have good karma, because as the Buddha said, good activities or virtuous activities lead to happy experiences in next lives, and bad activities like killing, lying, and so forth lead to suffering experiences in the future. So when we get all these suffering experiences, of course, then we are very narrow-minded, and we need all the attention for ourselves, but because we have all these problems and we have not so much attention for others, and then we can develop our mind towards other potential easily. So we want to be ethical in this life in order to have at least next life also a good rebirth. If we are not ethical, we create only more problems. So it's creating your own problems on the road. So we start with this motivation. Thangtong Gyalpo, all sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space. So it's been very strongly that they all around us. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Guru is one with Buddha Shakyamuni and Avalakte Shivara, the holy beings. They have all the same qualities at the end. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. Very happy because also a lot of the Kinis and Yidams, they help us. And there's many teachers on this planet, so we can be very happy that also other teachers with other sentient beings to enlightenment. It's very, very pleasing to the ears. Then we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. We have this Buddha potential. We are this blue sky, essentially. And all these clouds of worries are the identification that we think that we exist concretely inherently in this body, or that we have some features which are sometimes we have complexes and we have traumas and so forth. It can be so strong that we think this is me, this is I. And so, but we are at the end, we are not like that. It's very sometimes conventional. Causes and conditions come together, but ultimately, if you look for it, our mind is free of obscurations, and is not one with this disturbing emotions we have. Anger we have sometimes, the jealousy we have sometimes. So we have this purity in our, it's a part of us, so we can identify ourselves also with that. We do one time more. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We do the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize that all sentient beings around us are touched by this mantra. So in the heart of the Guru deity in front of us is a moon disk. So and on that is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So it's always good to visualize a throne in front of us where the Buddha sits, where the Guru sits it's an offering of respect with our mind. We offer a throne. Look at the Shivara, we can visualize it 4-armed or 1,000-armed on a lotus cushion, the sun and moon cushion. And then from the heart, Om Mani Padme Hum lights and countless light rays go through all universes, touch all sentient beings wherever they are, deep in the ground, high in the sky, all 4 directions and intermediate directions. This mantra, which is turning clockwise in the heart of the Buddha, our teacher, touches all sentient beings by turning clockwise. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do that a few times. We can do together, then we can do all individually. And we think that all sentient beings get the protection they need, that they get their wish, what they wish for, health, less loneliness, company, safety, that they get what they wish for. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So we're going to do this for about 9 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we can continue with the prayer, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body or mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do it 2 times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let me do some dedication prayers. We'll do it is the first King of Prayers. If you Google FPMT King of Prayers, you will get the PDF, the file. King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samatapatra. So you can find it on Google if you want to read with it. Still don't know how to share screens, so I'm very sorry. I bow down to the youthful Aria and Yusri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, the future, in the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you with body, speeches, sincere mind, I bow down with the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect. And there's as many bodies as atoms of the world. To all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom of Buddha is numberless as atoms, each to which to host the bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddha as to celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers are regal garlands, sweet music scented oils of parasols, sparkling lights of sublime incense, I offer to you victorious ones. Fine dress and fragrant perfume, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array I offer to you victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, pale as the fast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions. Solitary realizes here is still training of those beyond and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained to Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the body tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish to be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives and all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget Bodhichitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in lower realms and in many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of being showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind. May I practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. I always directly see the Buddhas, the masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently into all future eons, while circling through all states of existence. May I become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilization, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. Of one atom I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas, in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddha's expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma, of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lines among humans, And with the power of illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicles through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination. And through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the Bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this Bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this Bodhisattva practice of all-embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds and 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to face just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly toward the noble bodied tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and attain great wheel of Dharma. I have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding a mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train, just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication which is praised as greatest, the other Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainments of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus, in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions, with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer to Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wonders in samsara, and through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, the suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So, and below, if you're on YouTube, below is the link to the dedications. There's also one dedication. I will look for it. Because one of the monks and nuns has COVID, and I was asked to do prayers, dedication to this. For Tashi Chedup, it's just been diagnosed with COVID, and about Tashi Chedup, also for his recovery and healing as soon as possible. Also for the healing of Thomas George and Mary Thomas for their health, relationships, and well-being. I got this special request for dedication. So the dedication prayers. Go to page 5, I think. We dedicate to actualize Bodhichitta. May the precious supreme Bodhichitta, not yet born, arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may Bodhichitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the Bodhichitta that has already been generated increase. And for a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. You can do one time in Tibetan and one time in English. Bodhichitta kom dia bandel malum kandang le juim sabayin jinum kadrin zum meten zingatum jo consitting to the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigrated beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for long life for His Holy, for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tenzin Kyung Pelve Kunze Dok Fonsen Jotsum Kurve Legman Tudrum Badang Sog Du Jigen Du Shaptan Chu. You who uphold the subduers, more away, who sustain, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading on United's victorious doctrine, the masterfully accomplished, magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And to seal the merits with emptiness, there's Givadi Yu Lama Sayem Drovachi Kyang Malutang Dei Salam Ge Pashu. To to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. And then to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samatapatra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. Then also to realize emptiness, page 10. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Holy Dharma and Especially, my Kyabje ki gyuji kewanyam pame pai gungne gungdu pawan shu. Koderanti du tampe padam yutre tendre luva me pani pensun gelmen druksu javayim lodru kumden takpa jingi. Samsara Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence. A cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And to realize the 2 stages of Tantra, may the precious realization of the 2 stages not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. So the long life prayers of His Holiness already in Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And then also for Lama Zopa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And maybe be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, those on Drakpam, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And then to be like Lama Tsongkhapa in all our future lives. Glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. And for peace and happiness to prevail in the world, by the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed. May the Dharma and good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. And due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, famines, diseases, global problems, all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts by their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Bodhidharma, from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time and spread in all directions. And may all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. So may we also always be able to please the virtuous friend, just as always crying one followed Chopak, without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyments. May I please my Holy Guru well, and never displease them even for a second. If you have no Guru, then visualize His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is Chenrezig himself. So maybe always do activities which he would rejoice in. Then for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. So for all, especially then, of course, for everyone who was hit by the COVID, thousands and thousands here in Western Europe, the numbers rocket anyway, very high. So then also it's one of the favorite prayers, a little bit in other form of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that maybe we always be used by sentient beings. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, or wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. And then hold all sentient beings as precious. May you hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. to abide to samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient beings has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide to samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. So this prayer of His Holiness he makes many times. As long as sentient beings are still in samsara, that he wants to come back, take the shape of a form of a human, and help those who he can reach and who are open to it. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide to samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide to samsara to help them, even though I achieved highest enlightenment. So anyway, so we can conclude our session with strongly take also our father mother into consideration of this life, even though we want to do the practice for all sentient beings, all our former mothers and fathers. In this life we have this strong connection with our current father mother, wherever they are, even if they have passed on to another realm. We got their body from them, so we could do this practice. And they contribute really greatly to our body and our existence and our abilities to read and to practice. So wherever they are, may they have a very quick path. May they be free of all worries and have no difficulties on the path, no suffering on the path, but meet spiritual friends, and only may their past enlightenment be very, 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 very quick wherever they are. And then for everyone who has asked to pray for us, for all our brothers and sisters in this life, physical brothers and sisters, but then also for all the spiritual brothers and sisters, for all monks and nuns of the IMI, may they get all the resources to practice, and may all the monasteries and nunneries have success, and may many people be motivated to practice thoroughly and completely, so that they reach very quickly enlightenment and develop many wonderful qualities which we can use for the welfare of our sentient beings in this life and in future lives. So thank you so much for being with us. So I think I see Venerable Joan is there already.
Hello.
Hello, Joan. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Yes, good. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes.
Where are you? You have I see all these stairs behind you. Where are you?
Yes, I'm.
Thank you. Thank you, Lozang. Yes, thank you, Lozang. I'm Aldo, and I hope for you a long life for your prayers and teachings. Thank you.
Thank you. Aldo, I guess. Where are you from, Aldo?
I'm from Italy, Imola.
Ah, Imola.
near Bologna.
Yes,
yeah.
It's famous also for racing, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, all in Imola is racing.
Wow, thank you so much for being with us. Thank everyone for being with us. So
it was a pleasure.
Okay. Love to everyone, wherever you are, from Nalanda in France. So, Joan,
yeah,
up to you to continue.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Next time.
Ciao,
yeah.
ciao.
Okay, so let's begin the next session. My name is Joan. I'm based in Kopan Monastery in Nepal. Okay, so let's begin by generating a strong motivation, a good motivation of compassion and bodhicitta. So we can think, first of all, about our own personal situation, wherever we are, whatever suffering we're currently experiencing, and particularly the suffering that comes from the ongoing pandemic. Here at Kopan, we have had another outbreak in the last 10 days. So many of us are isolating in our rooms because we've been in contact with somebody who tested positive. So here at Kopan, that's not a great difficulty. Our rooms are quite pleasant, and the weather's not too bad considering it's January. But I think around the world, many people, of course, are in isolation in much more difficult situations. So we can begin anyways by thinking about our own personal situation, where we are and what our suffering is, and use that to generate some compassion for ourselves, not self-pity, but self-compassion, wishing ourselves to be free from suffering. Just like any sentient being, our wish is to be happy, our wish is to be free from suffering. So we can spend a moment acknowledging that and thinking about the particular sufferings we're experiencing at this moment due to in particular to the pandemic, but you can think of any suffering that you experience, mental, physical, and use that to generate kind of strong, courageous compassion, wishing to not only be free from suffering, but wishing to do something and determining to do something to free yourself from suffering. And of course, the best way to become free from suffering is to engage in virtue and avoid harming others and harming oneself, creating non-virtue. So we just think for a moment, reflect for a moment on our own suffering. And then we open our hearts to more people. We think of our family and friends, the people we're close to. We think about their particular sufferings that they're experiencing now, and mainly those due to the pandemic, but we can include other forms of suffering. And again, not just physical sufferings, but mental sufferings. People, of course, are sick at the moment. Some people are in danger of losing their lives. Maybe somebody is losing their life right now as we speak. But of course, there's many other forms of suffering that go with the pandemic, all the worry and fear of getting this illness, or family and friends getting the illness, of the people we work with being sick and potentially spreading it to us, people we go to school with. But then there's also all the other forms of suffering that have happened due to the restrictions, the lockdowns, being isolated, being unable to meet with family and friends, maybe unable to go to work, having to work from home, which for some people is pleasant, for others is difficult. So just think briefly of the different people in your family and your friends, and think about the particular sufferings that they're currently experiencing due to the pandemic, and use that to open your heart to them, to find in your heart compassion and love for them, wishing them to be happy, wishing them to be free from suffering. So think about this for a moment. And then we open our hearts to more people, thinking that just like ourselves, just like our family and friends, people in our neighborhood, in our community, in the town, village, city where we live, are all experiencing the same kind of difficulties. They too are, some of them are sick, some of them are very sick, some of them are dying, and many of them are experiencing anxiety, worries. We keep expanding our thought to include more and more people around us, and then in our country, and then in the world. And of course, many of them are experiencing much worse suffering than ourselves, than our family and friends, depending on where they are, what situation they're in, their country is in. We generate very strong compassion, wishing all of them to be free from suffering. And then we take that a step further and we decide to do something about it. And the best thing we can do to help others is to achieve our own perfect state of enlightenment. So we generate bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment, and think that we're going to do this practice now in order for ourselves to generate compassion and bodhicitta, for ourselves to be of benefit to others. By doing these prayers, we're creating merit, positive energy, and we're dedicating it to others that they may be free of suffering. So in this way, while we might not be physically helping others, still we're contributing to, hopefully we're contributing to the end of this pandemic with our good wishes and our heartfelt aspiration to achieve enlightenment. So we try to make this motivation very strong, very firm, very stable. I'm going to do this practice now for others, that they may be free from suffering, that this pandemic may come to an end, and that I myself may become a fully enlightened being in order to be of benefit to all sentient beings. Then together we can recite the motivation here, which is actually a prayer of refuge. We take refuge in our gurus, in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and all the various manifestations of the enlightened mind. And we do this to achieve our own fullest potential of a fully enlightened being. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Excuse me. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, Dharmakaya. So then we're going to recite the mantra of the Buddha of Compassion, Chenrezig. To do this, we can either visualize ourselves as Chenrezig, if we've received appropriate empowerment, or we can visualize Chenrezig in space in front of ourselves or above the crown of our head. Chenrezig is the embodiment of the compassion of all fully enlightened beings. And we imagine that this compassion streams forth from Chenrezig in the form of white light and nectar. And on the tip of every ray of light, there's another Chenrezig that comes to the crown of the heads of all the suffering people that we thought about previously. Sorry. So we can think in front of ourselves, seated in front of ourselves and facing ourselves, our family members, our friends, and all the other people around them who are experiencing the suffering of being part of this pandemic. And then we can include other people who are suffering from other illnesses. Unfortunately, just because there's coronavirus doesn't mean that all these other illnesses have come to an end. People are still experiencing cancer and all other forms of illness. So we visualize all of them. We can visualize people we know who have recently died and include all those who died from coronavirus. So above the crown of each one of their heads is a Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. And as we recite the mantra, we can visualize that white light and nectar flows down from Chenrezig's heart and from every pore of his body. And this nectar enters into the person below him, washing away not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, negative karma, and the various deluded states of mind that lead to creating negative karma. So we can think as we recite this mantra, not only the suffering of the pandemic is relieved, but all forms of suffering and all causes of suffering. So recite this mantra now for a few minutes, trying to keep our mind in this strong state of compassion, really wishing that all these beings, including ourselves, be free from the suffering of the pandemic, and that this may happen very quickly. Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani pame hunga 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 mani pame Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. So we can think that all the people that we visualize in front of us, each one of them has been filled with this white light and nectar, washing away all their suffering and the causes of suffering, and each one of them is healthy and happy. Then we can visualize that the Chenrezig above each of their heads melts into light and absorbs into each one of them. And they themselves become the Buddha of compassion. Each one of them is filled with infinite compassion, love, kindness. I think how wonderful that would be if that were to actually happen, that each and every single sentient being were to achieve their fullest potential and be completely free of not only suffering, but the causes of suffering, all the deluded states of mind, and at the same time to have fully perfected all the positive states of mind. There'd be no more fighting, there'd be no more wars, there'd be no more disease, no more famines, no more disasters. And then we come back to reality that there are still countless numbers of sentient beings suffering, creating the causes of suffering, and in particular experiencing the suffering of the pandemic. So then we recite this actual prayer composed by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet some centuries ago. Because of the power of his Bodhichitta, his strong compassion, the epidemic came to an immediate end. So we recite this prayer wishing that the pandemic may come to an immediate end, that coronavirus may cease to exist in this world, cease to cause illness, that all those who are sick may be free from this sickness, recover their health completely. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, generating strong compassion and bodhicitta, wishing all sentient beings everywhere to be free from suffering, and in particular wishing this world to be free from the sufferings caused by the coronavirus. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we make a very strong prayer that may all these dedications and prayers immediately be realized. May all sentient beings everywhere be free from all forms of disease, all forms of harm, all forms of suffering. And then we spend a few minutes dedicating. So we've created merit by doing these prayers, by reciting the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, reciting the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. And then we combine all of the merits that we've created in this present session with the merits we've created in the past, meaning not just earlier on in this life, but in all our past lives from beginningless rebirths. And then we combine it with all the merit that we're creating right now and all the merit that we'll go on to create in the future. And then we combine our merit with all the past, present, future merit of all the fully enlightened beings, the Buddhists, and the past, present, future merit of all sentient beings. So we're dedicating a huge store of merit, and we're dedicating it with these 2 verses for the generation of Bodhichitta, and then for the wisdom realizing emptiness, for these 2 minds to be born in the mind of every single sentient beings, ourselves, everyone in our family, all the people we know, all the people we don't know, all the people who are suffering from the pandemic. We can dedicate in particular that all the people who are leading the various countries of this world may generate bodhicitta and work to be of benefit to the people that they're supposed to be serving, and that they may do whatever is necessary to bring this pandemic to an end. And we dedicate for bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness to be born in the heart of every single sentient being. May that which has been generated never decline, but increase more and more. And then we recite this verse for the sick from Bodhisattva Charyavatara. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. So then we dedicate all our past, present, future merits, all the past, present, future merits of all the Buddhas and all sentient beings for all those who died. In particular, all those who died from coronavirus, but we include others. And in particular, all those who died recently in the last 49 days. May they never ever be reborn in the lower realms. May they be born in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if that's not possible, may they receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru who teaches them the path to enlightenment. And by practicing this path, and in particular by pleasing their holy gurus, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. Then we can do this verse to always be used by sentient beings. So here we're completely dedicating ourselves for others. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And then we seal the merits with emptiness to protect them from being destroyed by giving rise to anger or heresy. So we try and keep our mind in a state of understanding emptiness as much as we can. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of all our precious holy gurus. So here we'll recite the verses for His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but we can include all our gurus. May they all have long lives. May they be free of any obstacles to their good health. May they also be free of any obstacles to their continuing to teach us and guide us and give us advice and vows and initiations and commentaries. And may all their vast activities for the benefit of sentient beings be realized without the slightest obstacle. So we can think just for a moment of all the magnificent things His Holiness the Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and our other gurus are doing for the benefit of sentient beings. May all these activities flourish, bringing great happiness to sentient beings. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, Master accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you very much to the people who joined me on Zoom and on YouTube. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Media Team, who continues to support our practice of these prayers. And good morning to Venerable Tekchog.
Tekchog from Nalanda.
Yeah.
How are you?
I had Pendar from Nalanda at the beginning, and I have Tekchog from Nalanda at the end. I'm surrounded by Nalanda today. Lucky me.
How are you enjoying the teachings in Oregon?
Oh, very nice. It's a bit late for me. They're starting at almost midnight, so my brain is not at its best. So I'm gonna hope to re-listen to them, but they've been very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're the last really ones I can attend, because the ones that are at 2 p.m. are really the middle of the night for me.
Ah, okay.
Hopefully I can listen to the recordings.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your prayer, and I hope for you a long life full of teachings and prayers.
Grazie Aldo. Grazie tanto. Ciao. Okay, Tekchog, I leave you to the session, and
so thank you very much.
I hope you enjoy the rest of Jadar Rinpoche's teachings, and
I hope so too. Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. And I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. Such a wonderful offering that you're doing for Lama Zopa Rinpoche and all the IMI. So many weeks, my God, probably a year and a half already. And I'd like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who's doing the administration of these talks. Thank you very much. And all your time that you not only doing the administration, but you're actually leading many, many, many of these talks. So I'd like to start by thinking why we're doing these practices, who we're including in our thoughts. We visualize all sentient beings in human form that are sitting around us. You can take your father on the right, your mother on the left. People who are friends with, do what you want, sitting behind you. And those we have trouble with, they have trouble with us, sitting in front. Just a minute. Aldo, prego, could you turn off your mic?
So,
thank you.
Just a minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, as this is a Buddhist practice, so we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that we do, I copied from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archives. This is a visualization that Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave in Madrid in 2009 about Chenrezig, and you will see what happens. And I obviously, to fit our situation, I adopted it a little bit. So now visualize Chenrezig, Avalakte Shivara, the Buddha Bodhisattva of compassion. So we think of him as the Bodhisattva compassion, yet the Buddha mind, so he perfected the aspect of wisdom as well. If you remember the Heart Sutra, the Perfection Sutras, it is he who is teaching how to see emptiness, how to see all phenomena. So he's standing, his body is white in color, there's 1,000 arms, in each hand there's an eye. The hands closest to the body hold the implements he needs. Has 11 heads, white, red, and green. Very calm, very wise, very compassionate. Now visualize such a Chenrezig on top of each and every sentient being that you visualize, to the right, to the left, in front and behind, and yourself, standing on top of the head. Now visualize the nectar beams that are radiating out from him, all directions. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. We must remember, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that the cause of a particular sickness, spirit harm, is negative karma and defilements collected from beginner's rebirth up to now. These nectar beams, they're completely purified. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People who are in lockdown or in isolation, hospitals and respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Same visualization. Nectar beams radiating out and purifying. As we recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, visualize this purification is going on. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to visualize their sufferings as extensive as possible, and that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the mantra. Before we recite the mantra, I would like us to do the request prayer from the newness sadhana. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusion. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, with the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusion. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, with the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. And I'd like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and others. Through generation, love and kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. That's a reminder to do the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum. I'd like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the disease and saddens the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm that God, spirit, innocent, the book does not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that summon suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and Pan be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewel, the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Remind you to keep the visualization alive, radiating nectar beams that enter your body, bodies of all who are sick, purified. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, must occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher, living animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in may instance must occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute chronic and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrifying beings dissolved or placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and crown be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the King's Dhamma protects and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, the like a butcher or leading an animal be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and crown, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, reputable to a living and animal slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the main instance not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and crown be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God's spirit, indecision, both of not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind of the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the street jewels, the power of the kidney, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside of the mind of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocence, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, applicable to leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose name is terrified beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the street jewels, by the power of the kingly Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. This would be the last recitation. May all the diseases inside of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocent and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease, applicable to leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits and come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the street jewels, the power of the kingly Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so we have a few minutes, so I would like to do some green Dharma mantras as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama that we can do to get rid of the pandemic. Venerable I, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Tadu Tadu Tudu So Om Tadu Tadu Tudu So Om Tadu 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 Tudu So Om 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 Tadu Tadu Tudu Tadu Tadu Tudu So Om 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 Tadu 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 Tudu So Om 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 Tadu Tadu Some doubt to double do, 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 doubt to double do, some doubt to double do, some doubt to double do, some doubt to double do. Doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to some doubt to doubt to doubt to it. So I'd like to start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, autotherapy beings never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of grounded paths, may I quickly attain the state of Ajatara. For the Dharma King, Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, in doing the Bodhisattva's eccentric deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, with supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. We seal with emptiness. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existence from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existence from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existence from its own side. By myself alone, I'm completely empty of existence from my own side. Fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the human Jushi who knows reality, and just like Samatha Bhaja as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication praised at the best, but they're all gone beyond victorious one of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in Bodhichitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And for the very long lives of our Lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, and incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, the lotus at hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, Annie Tenzin Paldron, hello to you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
It's cold, but I can't complain, I guess.
You can?
Well, given given the surge of COVID that's going through the country, including in Dharamsala, I'm happy to be alive and well and to be part of this International Sangha group to recite the prayers to hopefully put an end to this pandemic and other social and economic ills, you know. And especially, I mean, I was really, I was really touched and, you know, moved and discouraged somewhat also to hear about Venerable Punsokla, you know, and his challenges and struggles. And then I understand Ilya Riddell, who was the former director of LZRTP, she passed on. So, and then Khadro's mother, Barbara Ujwari, has passed on. And then you have other people like Friedel Thierry, who is suffering. And
no,
then
she died.
Oh, she also died?
She died.
Oh, wow. When did she die?
I would say about a week ago, 10 days ago.
Yeah, and then I have some very good friends, like you met Venerable Tashi Chodup, who's come with the COVID. So there are a lot of people to keep in prayers during this time period. So yeah, I'm just happy to be alive and well enough to join and do these prayers together. So thank you, Tek Chokla, for all that you do.
Okay, thank you. Be well, be happy, and please continue staying alive.
You too. Okay, so I'd like to start by, my name is Stenton Padre, and I'm joining, and I'm joining you.
Thank you also from Aldo. Thank you for the pray together.
Okay, you're welcome, Aldo. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Be well.
Yes, thank you. I hope for you a long life, rich of teachings and praying
Okay, Aldo, we have to give the time to Annie Paljon. So
that's okay, Aldo. You can finish up whatever you were trying to say. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to the next session of the prayerathon. My name is Stenton Padre, and I'm coming to you from Thosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. It's very cold here, and we are having a resurgence, I guess the official third wave in India of the COVID, and there are many people close to me and who I know who have come down with the COVID this time. So I feel very fortunate to be part of this international prayer group. And I'd like to start by again thanking Venerable Damcho, our fearless leader, for continuing to rally us together every week, and to the Chenrezig Institute team, in spite of all the technological challenges, for keeping us going Saturday to Saturday. So my deep gratitude to all the players behind the scene. So I'd like to start by just taking a few minutes to settle our breaths. And while we do that, I'd like to share the screen and put up the image of actually Thangtong Gyalpo, which I think is very auspicious for us to do, because actually Thangtong Gyalpo was the great Bodhisattva, who was actually none other than Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lives, who composed this prayer. And interestingly enough, he composed this prayer because there was a pandemic raging at his time. And so through the power of his Bodhichitta, he was able to bring an end to the pandemic. So we really, really rejoice in all the activities of Thangtong Gyalpo. And we start by taking a few minutes to simply focus our minds on our breath so that we can bring our body and mind together and let go of anything that we may be holding on, and just simply relax with each out breath. And if you wish, you can count your in-breath and out-breath as one till we reach 10 and then start all over again. So let's just take a few minutes to use our faculties of mindfulness and alertness to keep our mind concentrated on our breath. And now from this quiet space, visualize in front of you our holy Guru in the form of 1,000-arm Avalokiteshvara with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, beautifully bedecked with various jewels and silks indicating his different levels of attainment. And if you can, visualize that he's surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. And they are all looking at each one of us with great love and compassion. So you can visualize the Bodhichitta field on your left-hand side, your mother, and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms on your left-hand side, and your father and all male sentient beings from the 6 realms on your right-hand side. If you have any difficult or challenging people, you can place them in front of you, because it's thanks to their kindness that we are learning and developing the paramitas, especially of patience and compassion and bodhicitta, which are very necessary for us to be able to develop our own potential and attain enlightenment to benefit each and every sentient being. So we realize and we remind ourselves our motivation is not just to do this practice for ourselves, but for each and every sentient being in each of the 6 realms and all the universes around us. And just take a few minutes to feel the presence, especially of Guru Avalokiteshvara and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and that they are really looking at us with great love and compassion. In spite of all that we may have done, in spite of all our confusion, ignorance, arrogance, and pride that has actually brought us to this point. It's our collective karma that has created this pandemic and all the social and economic ills. And in spite of that, the Guru Buddhas and Bodhisattvas look at each one of us with great compassion because they see our potential. So just take a few minutes to feel their live presence and to feel their love and compassion radiating down on you, and to open your hearts in acceptance to them as our refuge, as our protector, as our savior. So now we will recite the refuge prayer together. I hope you can see the screen. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we will return to the visualization of Guru Chenrezig, and keeping him in front of us, we are going to do a series of visualizations and the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, we have to remember that the pandemic came about as a result of causes that we have collectively and individually created. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to help us to purify all these negativities of body, speech, and mind, and we'll do it one by one. So we'll start by requesting Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down beautiful, brilliant light into each one of our crowns to completely purify all the negativities that we have created through our body. So any form of killing, including of insects or mosquitoes, or consciously or unconsciously, or any form of stealing, taking something that really did not belong to us out of attachment or aversion, or any form of sexual misconduct, or sexual conduct for monks and nuns for that matter, we engaged in. We confess all of that openly to Guru Avalokiteshvara. And Avalokiteshvara is very pleased because he's very, very happy to help us to purify all these negativities. So he sends out this brilliant white light. And imagine that as this white light pours into your crown, all of our negativities come out in the form of dirty laundry water through our feet. And we are filled with this blissful, beautiful, brilliant white light. And we'll do a recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening for ourselves and for all the sentient beings around us. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like each of our bodies have been completely purified of all the negativities and filled with this brilliant white light. And now visualize from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant red light, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. And I know for myself that this is one of the areas that it is so easy to create negativities because we are not mindful of our speech. So it's very easy for us to speak harshly, for us to engage in divisive speech where we create friction between people who are already having problems between them, or we create friction between people who are actually friends and as a result create divisions. And then through lying, whether we think it may be for positive reasons or not, nevertheless, lying can sometimes have very negative consequences. And then, of course, idle gossip, meaningless chatter by which we waste so much time rather than using our precious lives meaningfully. So again, we confess all of this openly to Guru Avalokiteshvara, who's again very happy that we are doing that. And he pours down this brilliant red light into our throats, which again comes down slowly through our body and out through our feet. All the negativities come out like dirty laundry water, and our throats especially are filled with this beautiful, blissful red light. So we'll do again a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that all the negativities of our speech for all the sentient beings have been completely purified. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down brilliant blue-green light from his heart into each one of our hearts and minds to completely purify all the negativities created by our minds. And as we know, the mind, our minds are the creator of all things, suffering and happiness. So if we engage in virtue, the result is happiness. If we engage in non-virtue, the result is suffering. And yet, because of our root ignorance, the self-grasping ignorance, which gives us this strong sense of I and mine, all these inappropriate conceptualizations come up. On the basis of this, then we push other people, or we pull or grasp at other people, wanting things for me or I, who we consider to be the most important. It's very ironic. Not only does the self not exist, but on top of that, we believe it is the most important thing. And as a result of that, all these afflictions of anger, strong desire, jealousy, arrogance, hatred, all of it comes out. And then we create so much negativities through our body and speech and through our minds. And so then we ensure that we create a ticket for us to continue to cycle around samsara and suffer and create suffering for the people around us. So the mind really is the basis of all our happiness and suffering. And so we really beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara. We confess there are two demons, the dictators that we have followed very, very conscientiously, unfortunately, for so many eons, the self-grasping ego and the self-cherishing. And we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify of all the negativities we created as a result of coming under their dictatorship, and for us to become more mindful and aware of these two dictators so that we can slowly but surely chip away at them and completely eliminate them by our wisdom and our compassion, so that our bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness slowly, slowly increases in our minds and in the minds of all sentient beings, so that we can really put an end to all the suffering. So we visualize that this blue-green light coming into our minds completely purifies all these negativities. And again, we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes again to feel that all of our minds have been completely purified and transformed into the wise, compassionate mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now we visualize zillions and trillions of little Avalokiteshvaras pouring out from Guru Avalokiteshvara's heart into each one of our crowns, completely transforming each one of us into Avalokiteshvaras. And this is possible because we have the Buddha seed within us. And of course, some say we are already enlightened and it's simply that we are obscured. And so we ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to remove these obscurations. Others say we have the seed and we have to systematically cultivate the seed by training ourselves in the path. So either way, we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to help us to blossom this seed, this potential within us, so that we may radiate out our wisdom, compassion, and skillful means, and that we become Avalokiteshvaras. So again, we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So take a few minutes to feel that we have all been transformed into Avalakte, and our beautiful planet Mother Earth has been completely purified of all the damage and impurities that we have caused, and she's transformed into this beautiful celestial mansion where all sentient beings are living together in peace and harmony, completely devoid of any illnesses or sicknesses. So just take a few minutes to feel that this has happened. But now, of course, we wake up to the fact, to realizing that this was only a visualization. And in reality, there are so many people out there who are suffering. And so we make the commitment that we will do whatever is possible in order to train and tame and subdue our mind and walk this path so that we may attain enlightenment for the benefit of each and every sentient beings. And so we'll turn to doing the rest of the prayer now. Keeping that motivation in mind. So here is the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protector and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers and dedications be fulfilled. The second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now I'd just like to take a few minutes to do the Tara prayer, because His Holiness has recommended by reciting the Tara mantra, it would be very beneficial in the pandemic. So I'll just recite her little verse and then we'll recite her mantra. And again, you can visualize her sitting in front of you. I hope you can see this image of her. She's sitting on a lotus and moon cushion with her right leg extended. And you can visualize that as we are reciting her mantra, the nectar pours into each one of our hearts and minds, completely purifying each one of us of all these negativities. Om Chom Dende Malad Mudra. La Chakselo, Chaksaldro Matare Pelmo, Tutara Yiji Kunselma, Turedo Namtam Cheterma, Swaha Yigirchela, Rapti, Tare Tutare Turiso Tare. Om Tare Tutare Ture Suha. So again, visualize that all the negativities have been purified. And finally, I would just like to do a round of the mantra that Rinpoche has recommended that we recite. I'm not sure what happened there. I'm going to try and share, I'm sorry, once more. Okay, so we'll recite it 21 times and then do the dedications. Hum Vajape Umte Mashawari Pain and Pshing Naganenta Hana Hana Vajane Raksharak Soha, Hum Vajape Umte Mashawari Pain and Pshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajane Raksharak Soha, Hum Vajape Umte Mashawari Pain and Pshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajane Raksharak Soha, Hum Vajape Umte Mashawari Pain and Pshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajane Raksharak Soha, Hum Vajape Umte Mashawari Pain and Pshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajane Raksharak Soha, Hum Vajape Umte Shawari pain and Pshing Naganin Tata Sarvaviri Rakshar Soha Hum Vajapeum Pema Shawari Pe Nen Pshing Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajani Rakshar Soha Vajape Pema Shawari Pe Nen Pshing Naganin Tata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Varane Raksha Soha. Okay, and so we'll end finally by dedications. Sorry, Tashila, just give me a few seconds to just finish up. Sorry, I'm running late. I'm trying to figure out. There you go.
Good morning, Venerable.
Good morning, good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay, okay.
Much
Can
cold?
can I finish with my dedications? Just give me a second. I'm trying to get my dedications up. Yeah.
No.
Oh God.
No
They
problem.
did come up.
No problem. Very nice.
Okay, sorry, dedications. I'll just end by reciting the short, long life prayers for His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gangre Rave Korwe Shinkanter, Pentan Deva Malu Jumwene, Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatsori, Shape Shite, Bardu, Tengyur Chi, Tupshul Changzing Gyalpo Gyalwe Tenzing Kyompelwe Kunzodo Porze Chosom Korwele Mondudro Pada Sodulje Gondu Shapten Shu. So thank you very much. Sorry, Anila, I was a little late. How are you doing?
Problem.
How are things?
No problem.
How are things at Lama
Don't worry.
Tsongkhapa?
No, I stay near to Bologna.
Oh, you're not in Lama
the group for
Tsongkhapa?
meditation. Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
See.
I'm back in Comaya in February. I have a little apartment to rent. I'm back
Oh, I
in
see.
Institute. Yes, very nice.
Tutto bene?
Tutto bene, sì. Tu fa freddo lì? There is cold? Cold in India?
It's very cold here. It's snowing. And then, of course, the COVID is raging. Every day we have more than 3 lakh cases now. So, yeah, please send out the prayers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. See you.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye. Bene, buongiorno a tutti. Siamo qui nella nostra giornata di preghiera, questa staffetta per il Covid, ma anche per tutte le persone che stanno soffrendo. Ieri ci ha lasciato il maestro Thich Nhat Hanh e quindi oggi dedicheremo anche a lui questa nostra preghiera. Quindi, come sempre, andiamo prima di tutto a generare la nostra buona motivazione e quindi andiamo a fare la preghiera. Bene, andiamo a leggere la preghiera che libera anche dalla malattia e generiamo la nostra motivazione. La facciamo per 3 volte, poi facciamo una mala. Se potete, per favore, chiudete i vostri microfoni, così abbiamo un po' più di intimità. Grazie. Allora, andiamo a fare la nostra preghiera di motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio in preziosi santi guru. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru e delle divinità meditative e dei dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakine. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre mente, il Dharmakaya. Bene, adesso andiamo a recitare una mala del mantra Om Mani Padme Hum e generiamo questa mente compassionevole che desidera che tutti gli esseri siano liberi dalla sofferenza e possano essere felici. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, adesso andiamo a fare la preghiera effettiva e ricordiamoci che la motivazione è importantissima perché dà forza alla preghiera. E quindi reciteremo per 3 volte la preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle Archine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte identiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie e dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati possono queste molte identiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Leggiamo per l'ultima volta. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati coniugati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso andiamo a fare la nostra preghiera e la nostra meditazione che creerà i meriti affinché appunto le preghiere svolte possano avverarsi. Altrimenti senza meriti diventano soltanto parole le preghiere. Questo non è quello che noi desideriamo. Allora, sediamoci in una postura corretta. Pensiamo che in questo momento tutta la nostra energia fluisce attraverso il respiro e portiamo l'attenzione all'aria che entra e all'aria che esce. Lasciamo andare tutte le preoccupazioni, i ricordi e pensieri estranei alla nostra pratica. Se un pensiero quindi arriva, noi lo lasciamo andare e torniamo nuovamente all'attenzione dell'aria che entra e dell'aria che esce. Ora che la nostra mente è più quieta, andiamo ad osservare come proprio in questo momento infiniti esseri stanno soffrendo per un'infinità di motivi, uscendo da quello che è la nostra cognizione e concezione dell'io, che porta egoismo, che porta egocentrismo, essere messo da parte. E possiamo invece tornare all'attenzione di quello che tutti gli esseri in questo momento stanno cercando. Allora ricordiamoci, andiamo ad osservare, così come desideriamo, come un'infinità di esseri in questo momento stanno soffrendo per mali fisici o mali mentali, per mancanza di cibo, per mancanza di libertà, per mancanza di acqua. Osserviamo queste realtà che proprio in questo momento stanno avvenendo nel mondo. Ora riflettiamo su come la nostra tendenza a prenderci cura solo di noi stessi è la causa di tutti i mali, mentre il prenderci cura degli altri, anche semplicemente nel pensarli mentre stanno soffrendo, e anche a coloro che appunto sono deceduti oggi, ieri, come il maestro Thich Nhat Hanh, possiamo portare benessere e felicità solo già attraverso un pensiero, attraverso un'accortezza gentile, anche se non siamo in grado di essere davvero di beneficio a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Pensiamo di poter fare già questi pensieri virtuosi e già questi sono di beneficio. Riflettiamo bene su questo. per fare in modo che la nostra preziosa rinascita umana sia veramente significativa, generiamo questi pensieri, questi desideri, che tutti gli esseri siano liberi dalla sofferenza e che tutti gli esseri possano essere felici. Anche questo breve e semplice pensiero, questa breve motivazione, è di grande beneficio perché è in grado di cambiare la mente. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo. Andiamo a segnare al nostro corpo che la sessione di meditazione è terminata e dedichiamo in particolare questa meditazione al maestro Thich Nhat Hanh. Oggi ho inviato un file, ma non so di quale tradizione sia in particolare, comunque la tradizione vietnamita, dei monaci della foresta, quindi, ma penso anche di una tradizione un po' differente da quella nostra tibetana. Comunque sia, sono sempre preghiere che sono di beneficio. Allora, adesso andiamo a leggere tutte le nostre dediche. Andiamo a leggere la parola di Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, le parole di vita che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente che osserva tutto, virtuoso, Ayagriva irato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativa e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano di tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione. facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo la moltitudine degli spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra utile e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere dal momento giusto e fate sempre far sì che ci siano buone raccolte affinché tutto l'ambiente sia buono e di buon auspicio per gli esseri e per i loro abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, dignità, sigillo della mente e dei santi rari sublimi, possono queste pure estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ed ora la preghiera del Mahasiddha, richiesta dalla paura per le carestie. Ha generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi. Tu, compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le tue accumulazioni. Le assemblee dei condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 lezioni, divinità delle ricchezze Yaksha, signori dei tesori insieme al loro seguito, pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cadano a pioggia tutti i piaceri attraenti, necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via nella terra dei nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. Per favore, fate crescere i cereali delle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per favore, per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e delle carestie essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Adesso quindi andiamo a fare la nostra dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente di chi è stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa ed effetto e l'origine del dente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che queste due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti, malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da malattie e possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa io in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal pure sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losang Trungpa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno per ardere delle foreste, possa io essere sempre amato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordarmi e anche toccandomi a parlare con me, possano tutte le sofferenze degli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato di piena illuminazione completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantha Bader hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici virtù, quella dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi, per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma e segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti 3 tempi da me stesso e degli altri possono gli insegnamenti vittoriosi della Tantrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Adesso facciamo le preghiere per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama e per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere momenti esauditi spontaneamente e rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che infuggi dal generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina virtuosa di Mangianam, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, abbiamo completato le nostre preghiere di oggi e quindi abbiamo questa condizione per poter essere di beneficio proprio per la Lama, Lama Zopa e anche per il grande maestro Thich Nhat Hanh che ieri ci ha lasciato e che quindi è andato magari nelle sfere delle terre pure, ma noi ci auguriamo che presto torni tra noi per dare tutta la sua luce, tutta la luce che questi anni ci ha donato. Vi ringrazio, vi auguro una buona giornata. Buongiorno, venerabile Siliana.
Buongiorno, Tashi.
Buongiorno. Ecco, ho sentito anche di Giorgino e quindi facciamo le preghiere anche per lui, perché possa presto tornare tra di noi e possa anche lui dare tutta la luce che ci ha donato in questi anni.
Sì, ho mandato un messaggio anche alla Lama Zopa Rinpoche. La Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha detto che a Copan faranno le preghiere, reciteranno i 100 nomi del Buddha, che queste sono le preghiere che bisogna fare per lui, e poi ha detto questo è un messaggio per noi da parte di Giorgio, che anche il nostro tempo si sta avvicinando. Ricordatelo, ricordatelo.
Ma se me lo segno.
Di questo messaggio di Giorgio, che anche il vostro tempo si sta avvicinando. Ricordatevelo.
Benissimo. Buona giornata.
Buona giornata. Ciao.
Ciao. A presto. Ciao. Ciao. Grazie.
Ciao, grazie Tashi. So first of all, I'd like to thank the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us for 79 weeks now. And so thank you very much. Without your support, we couldn't really afford to do all this. So a special prayer also for Thich Nhat Hanh that passed away just yesterday. So thank you for all your support in Chenrezig. Grazie a tutti quanti quelli che ci sostengono, particolarmente il centro Chenrezig in Australia, che ci sta sostenendo questa attività già da 79 settimane. E stiamo continuando a fare questa preghiera che ha consigliato Lama Zopa Rinpoche di fare, appunto, questa maratona di 24 ore tutte le settimane per calmare gli ostacoli, per calmare la mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, particolarmente appunto gli esseri che stanno soffrendo, e stiamo veramente vivendo una situazione molto, molto, molto particolare in questo periodo. Quindi cerchiamo di metterci in una posizione di meditazione. Tenendo la spina dorsale dritta, lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni dal viso, dal corpo, lasciamo andare i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione riconoscendo che noi, con questo corpo che abbiamo, è il risultato di molte cause e condizioni, e in particolare abbiamo ottenuto questo corpo umano grazie alle pratiche di generosità, pazienza e moralità che abbiamo compiuto nelle vite passate. E grazie all'esistenza degli altri che abbiamo potuto compiere queste azioni. Quindi ora la nostra responsabilità con questo corpo umano che abbiamo è cercare di utilizzarlo al meglio, in accordo alle sue più alte potenzialità. E quindi sviluppare amore e compassione. L'amore e la compassione che sentiamo nel nostro cuore deve essere semplicemente sviluppata e attivata, nutrita. Per questo prendiamo come esempi Buddha Sakyamuni, Chenrezig, o Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. E l'amore che sentiamo quando siamo in contatto con questi grandi esseri, in realtà è l'amore e la gentilezza che abbiamo dentro di noi. Non possiamo sentire quelle degli altri, possiamo sentire solo la nostra, e quindi è quella che deve essere nutrita. Questi maestri sono un po' lo specchio di quello che dobbiamo realizzare. Quindi dal profondo del cuore generiamo anche una profonda fiducia. Effettivamente possiamo ottenere questo. Quindi generiamo anche un profondo sentimento di non volerci più coinvolgere con le emozioni distruttive che ci incatenano e che non ci permettono di essere in contatto sempre con queste attitudini mentali positive. Quindi possiamo pensare anche a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi intorno a noi. Noi siamo come i leader di tutti questi esseri che riconduciamo alla completa illuminazione. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle divinità meditative dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Immaginiamo Chenrezig sul nostro capo o di fronte a noi. Immaginiamo che dal suo cuore infiniti raggi di luce vanno a toccare tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, entrando dal nostro capo e purifica completamente tutti quanti gli ostacoli, tutte quante le oscurazioni che abbiamo accumulato a causa di azioni motivate da rancore, da attaccamento, da gelosia, invidia, avarizia e così via. Tutte quelle emozioni distruttive che quando le sperimentiamo non ci sentiamo bene, sentiamo la mente è completamente tesa e anche a livello dell'espressione del viso, quando abbiamo questi tipi di attitudini mentali, anche il nostro viso mostra sicuramente un'attitudine, un aspetto negativo. Quindi immaginiamo questi raggi di luce che pervadono completamente il nostro corpo e di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Attiviamo così tutte quante le nostre potenzialità. Purifichiamo le cause per rinascere ancora nell'esistenza ciclica e poter tagliare completamente la radice dell'esistenza ciclica, che è appunto l'ignoranza. E recitando il mantra Mani Padme Hum, mettiamo le condizioni favorevoli per sviluppare, per realizzare la moralità, la generosità, la pazienza, l'entusiasmo nel fare le cose positive, la concentrazione, la saggezza. Queste 6 sillabe rappresentano tutto questo, sono una piccolissima parte di quello che è il significato di questo insegnamento, di questo mantra. Questo mantra praticamente contiene tutti gli insegnamenti del Buddha. Infatti rappresenta il loto, che è la saggezza, e la compassione, che è il gioiello, che esaudisce i desideri, e appunto la grande compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Padme Hum. Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Umani per me, 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 umani per me. Umani per me, 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 umani per me. Umani per me, umani per me, umani per me, umani per me, umani per me. Umani per me, umani per me, umani per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera del Master Thangtong Gyalpo, preghiera effettiva, e cerchiamo di pensare veramente al significato delle parole di questa preghiera, che è molto importante. Ed appunto Thangtong Gyalpo ha recitato questa preghiera per calmare la pandemia, l'epidemia che c'era a Sakya e che nessuno riusciva a fermare. Proprio con l'aiuto di questa preghiera e la grande compassione di Chenrezig sono riusciti a calmare questa epidemia. E qui dobbiamo pensare veramente a tutto quanto il mondo, e di quanti gli esseri che vivono in questo mondo stanno sperimentando tutte le difficoltà dovute al karma negativo di tutti quanti noi. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano i menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie effettive, i cui semplici suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi, che prima il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei kini e protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, i cui semplici suoni dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuti ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e terrari supremi, con i poteri dei king, dei protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, le condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, i cui semplici sono dei loro nomi i terroristi degli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 30.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre ari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, e con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, mostrano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo anche la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo per pacificare dal pericolo delle armi. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhi compassionevoli sul privo trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e agrive e rato, Tara completamente pure e così via. Io solo sentire i vostri nomi di tutti i pericoli, oggetti diffusi della natura della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo di litigi e prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché salga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri sentienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandoni tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura. Causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del guru, divinità, il sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure e preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Possa la preziosa suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ora recitiamo la preghiera per i malati e pensiamo anche a tutte quante le persone che sono morte, i nostri amici, conoscenti. In particolare adesso possiamo pregare per Tibetan, che possa prendere rinascita al più presto e guidare ancora tutti gli esseri come ha fatto in questa vita, anche nella sua vita futura. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Come ancora possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dal Guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi ancora dedichiamo e sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte. Posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Poi facciamo la preghiera di lunga vita per sua santità e Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e maggiorale, e magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi salvatori miei degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi ora abbiamo terminato, grazie a tutti quanti alla vostra partecipazione e dedichiamo appunto per tutte le persone che sono morte, che ci hanno lasciato, il messaggio che ho ricevuto dalla Lama Zopa Rinpoche nel comunicare che il nostro amico Giorgio è andato, ha detto questo è un messaggio che Giorgio dà a tutti quanti voi, che anche il vostro tempo si sta avvicinando, ricordatevelo, questo è il messaggio. E poi ok, la prossima sessione in italiano sarà la prossima sessione alle 10:30, poi ce ne sarà un'altra alle 15:30 sempre con me e poi alle 19 con Agatha. Quindi chi vuole seguire in italiano può seguire in italiano, altrimenti potete seguire in inglese, spagnolo, tutto quello che volete. Buongiorno, buongiorno Paloma, good morning.
Hola, Siliana, sorella.
How are you?
Hi, Siliana, you just said that George has died?
Giorgino, yes, the thin doctor, as they call him in Copan.
Vale. I thought it was George Churinov.
No. George Churinov apparently seems that he recovered because he's going to lead a course for Shantideva, of course, online, I think.
Yes.
But the course that he was going to lead on emptiness, that it was postponed, it seems that he's going to do it maybe in February or something like that.
Siliana, Giorgino era un médico muy delgadito que solía estar en el instituto,
Yes.
que comía muy poquito.
Yes, comía niente. Comía nada.
Yo le veía con un platito así, un platito y un trozo de califlor.
La sopa, molto liquida. He was just eating soup, very thin.
¿Ha muerto ese hombre, Paloma?
Sí, parece ser que se ha fallecido. He has died, right? You said?
Yes, yesterday. Yesterday afternoon. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche, of course, I sent immediately message to Rinpoche because he has the strong connection with Rinpoche. Yes. And then he gave also a lot of support to Copan because the building of the kind of this hospital that is in Copan, that sector was made by Giorgio, that he sent so much money, so much offering
Okay.
And so he had a cancer in the esophagus, starting, maybe it probably was like August that actually it came out quite strong. And then, of course, it kind of degenerate. And so I sent a message to Rinpoche, and Rinpoche sent a message back. And he said, this is a message from Giorgio for you that your time is coming soon. So remember that.
Okay. I will translate now to the Spanish. Mamma mia. Yes.
So also, you heard about Thich Nhat Hanh.
Yes.
So it's just like immediately, as soon as it happened, we received all the messages. So it's good that we do these prayers together. And yeah, so actually, it's it's very sad that we have to do this practice because of all this difficult situation in the world. But in one way, it's very nice that we meet every Saturday with other member of Sangha that is really supportive, right?
It's true, especially now that we just see each other through the screen. No?
Yes. But you in Spain are kind of open now, I heard.
Yes. We already start to come together a little bit, but very carefully, everybody.
Here in Italy, they make so much restriction, more and more, especially for the people that are not vaccinated. We can't do anything, nothing.
Yes.
We cannot even go to the post office. Can you imagine?
Mamma mia. Take care. And I mean, we are really lucky with our gurus. And as I said, we have to be mindful of death because it's all the time coming.
Yes,
it's just quickly.
Yes, very quick. Okay. Have a nice session. Ciao, ciao. Ciao tutti. Ciao.
Bueno, pues un saludo a todos, tanto los venerables que estáis aquí ahora en Zoom como los que os juntáis por YouTube. And thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for your support. Thanks to Chenrezig, we are able to come together. Agradezcamos a Chenrezig, al Instituto Chenrezig y a los voluntarios que permiten que nos juntemos cada sábado durante todo este tiempo, desde que empezó casi la pandemia, porque bueno, gracias a la ayuda de todos ellos podemos, y por supuesto siguiendo las directrices de nuestro precioso maestro, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, podemos juntarnos para acumular virtud. Estábamos comentando con venerable Siliana que ha fallecido un compañero italiano, Giorgino, y que bueno, que cuando se lo comunicó a Lama Zopa Rinpoche y la respuesta de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, además de una serie de consejos para ayudar en esta situación, dice, bueno, tengo un mensaje de Giorgino que os dice que la muerte se está acercando, algo así. Es decir, que seamos conscientes realmente de este precioso renacimiento humano, porque efectivamente estamos en las fauces del Señor de llama, del Señor de la muerte, y habiendo encontrado el Dharma, habiendo encontrado santidad y a Lama Zopa Rinpoche y los diferentes maestros, hay mucho que podemos hacer por nosotros y por los demás. Entonces vamos a apreciar esta situación, vamos a aprovecharla. Recordemos también que ha fallecido Thich Nhat Hanh. Los méritos de los seres van decayendo y nuestros maestros se van. Entonces vamos a hacer esta práctica, ¿vale? Vamos a estar unos momenticos en silencio para generar la motivación y arrancamos. Entonces visualicemos a Guru Chenrezig siendo uno con su santidad Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, con nuestros maestros en el espacio frente a nosotros. Recordemos su mirada compasiva, su corazón completamente irradiando bondad, compasión, amor hacia todos y cada uno de nosotros. Siempre nos está detrás de nosotros, estimulándonos, guiándonos, viendo la forma de cómo poder ayudarnos a despertar de la ignorancia y a erradicar, a romper la armadura de la actitud egocéntrica. Y estamos rodeados por todos los seres. Piensa en tus padres y hermanos o varones de la familia a tu derecha. Madre y mujeres de la familia a la izquierda. Por detrás aquellas personas con las que tienes mejor relación y delante aquellas con las que has tenido dificultades o las tienes. Recordando que todos somos iguales, todos han sido igualmente bondadosos con nosotros, incluso aquellos con los que tenemos problemas, gracias a ellos podemos purificar, tenemos la oportunidad de practicar paciencia, compasión, lograr la iluminación. Pensemos en los infinitos seres, tanto de este mundo, que en estos momentos están atormentados por los diferentes sufrimientos, tanto de la pandemia como de tantos otros. Y especialmente pensemos en aquellos que están dejando esta vida o que están en el estado intermedio, como puede ser Georgino, las diferentes personas que están en esa situación. Y con total confianza en Guru Chenrezig, en nuestra capacidad de desarrollar todo nuestro potencial, hacemos esta práctica para poder desarrollar todas las cualidades como las de Guru Chenrezig que nos permita socorrer y ayudar a los seres. Y especialmente guiarles a la iluminación. Les hacemos las oraciones. A ver que la encuentre. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio, y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espíritu mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de la meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Vamos a recitar el mantra. Dejamos que la energía luminosa, compasiva, que emana desde Chenrezig, desde su corazón y de todos los poros de su cuerpo luminoso, llegue a nosotros y llegue a aquellos que están ahora padeciendo, ya sea en los hospitales, en las unidades de cuidados intensivos, ya sea en sus casas, o aquellos que han perdido los medios de vida, o los que están atormentados por las diferentes dificultades y problemas. Pensemos también en los que están en el estado intermedio, en los que están en los otros reinos de existencia. Y esa energía de luz, de amor, de compasión y sabiduría de Chenrezig nos penetra, erradicando nuestros miedos, erradicando los engaños, los oscurecimientos, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo, infundiéndonos de las cualidades de la bondad, amor, sabiduría, compasión. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo esta visualización de recibir esta energía de Guru Chenrezig que llega a todos y cada uno de los seres, limpiándonos de todas nuestras negatividades, causas de sufrimiento, etc. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer por los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. por la compasión de los maestros y de las tres joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Entonces hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes, a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces piensa que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestra súplica y envía innumerables réplicas a todos y cada uno de los seres. Especialmente piensa en aquellos que están ahora en el estado intermedio o en los reinos inferiores, o en los que están en las unidades de cuidados intensivos o sufriendo por los diferentes problemas, ya sea en este mundo como en otros reinos de existencia. Y también llega a ti, esas réplicas se absorben en nosotros, en todos y cada uno de los seres, y erradica por completo todos los oscurecimientos, aun los más sutiles, eliminando los obstáculos para que se manifieste la naturaleza pura y clara. Nuestra mente se funde con su sagrada mente. Y tomamos esa resolución de permanecer atentos para no bloquear esa manifestación de la bondad, la compasión de Guru Chenrezig en todas nuestras acciones, pensamientos y palabras. Y hacemos la dedicación. Venerable Drolma, ¿quieres por favor?
Que a través de estos méritos podamos crear todas las causas para que esos seres tan preciosos que son nuestros maestros permanezcan con nosotros hasta que el samsara esté completamente vacío y que a la vez pueda purificar todo el karma negativo en lo colectivo y en lo individual para experimentar todo este tipo de sufrimientos. Y quisiera dedicar también por Venerable Nerea, por María José Reyes y por Delia Díaz.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Begoña.
Sí, pues quisiera dedicar para que esta pandemia sea controlada ya definitivamente, que todos los países que no tienen medios pero que puedan tener las vacunas adecuadas para que no haya un peligro de que haya repuntes en esta enfermedad, que todos los enfermos que están en UCIs y que están delicados se recuperen y todos aquellos que han fallecido pues tengan renacimientos humanos perfectos, consigan encontrar el Dharma y maestros Mahayana.
Genial. Venerable Fabiosti.
Pues yo dedico por la permanencia de todos nuestros maestros, ya que sin ellos no hay nada, ni Dharma, ni Sangha, ni textos, ni centros, y para que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial.
Fenomenal. ¿Y Venerable Juan?
Pues para que todos aquellos que están sufriendo por una enfermedad, carencias, opresión, etcétera, busquen la salida a su sufrimiento, buscando y encontrando la compasión de todos los budas, de todos los maestros, que tomen refugio en ellos, que pongan las causas para eliminar el sufrimiento y alcancen la iluminación. También para que todos nosotros, Sangha, practicantes del Dharma, tengamos una conducta ejemplar, para que todos los que estén buscando o tentados por por encontrar en el Buda la solución a sus problemas, a su sufrimiento, no tengamos con nuestras prácticas erróneas motivos y causas para que ellos dejen de mirar al Buda y a todos sus representantes. Que nuestra moralidad aumente, que nuestra compasión aumente indefinidamente, que sea causa de que aumente la fe en el Buda y en la Sangha, en todos los, en la triple joya. Gracias.
Maravilloso, muchas gracias. Entonces, que tanto nosotros como todos los seres en todas nuestras vidas podamos siempre ser guiados por gurús perfectos, que podamos practicar el magnífico Dharma y lograr rápidamente la iluminación para el beneficio de los seres. Haced también cada uno de vosotros vuestra dedicación particular, especialmente por aquellos con los que tenemos una conexión especial. Quiero dedicar por Giorgino, por el buen renacimiento de Giorgino, también por Esmeralda, la hermana de un compañero que ha fallecido de COVID, y bueno, por todos aquellos que de una forma u otra nos están pidiendo oraciones y necesitan de todos nosotros. Y por supuesto, para que crezca la preciosamente la Bodhichitta que no ha nacido, que pueda surgir y crecer, y aquella que ya ha nacido pueda incrementarse más y más y nunca degenerar, que podamos alcanzar el estado de Guru Chenrezig y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Entonces, por la larga vida de todos nuestros maestros y por sus sagrados proyectos, también para que tanto nuestros centros de Dharma como cualquier organización que ayude a los demás tengamos siempre todas las condiciones favorables para poder seguir ayudando a los seres. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Gyatso, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del salvador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, y que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío y los demás, tus discípulos, te ruego, ten una vida larga. Pues muy bien, ya sabéis todos que a las 9 tenemos otra cita aquí con Venerable Fabio, y que por supuesto en castellano, y que por supuesto pues a lo largo del día siempre os podéis unir durante todos los sábados a las oraciones de Chenrezig a cualquier hora del día. Siempre hay algún compañero de la Sangha llevando la meditación. Entonces nada, muchas gracias y thank you Chenrezig Institute again. Y hola, Cristiana.
Hola. How are you? I see you very well, all of you.
Sí, estamos. Okay. We are alive. Eso es bueno, ¿no? Que estamos todavía vivos. That's good news. Gracias, Cristiana. Good session. Buena sesión.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao. Grazie.
Hasta luego.
Ciao, ciao a tutti quanti. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao Cristiana.
Ok, cominciamo questa sessione che io vivo come sessione un po' speciale, perché avviene nel momento in cui una marea di persone nel mondo stanno celebrando il passaggio di Thich Nhat Hanh, che è stato un maestro eccezionale, non solo di non violenza, non solo di compassione attiva, ma... Do you want to tell me something? Venerable Juan?
Tichanat, no?
Do you want to tell me something?
Sì.
Otherwise, you please shut off the microphone. Thank you. Ok. Allora, dicevamo non solo di compassione attiva, non solo he is not able, non è capace. At the bottom, ok. Non solo di compassione attiva e non solo di buddismo impegnato nel sociale contro la guerra, ma ovviamente non solo di consapevolezza, ma è stato un maestro di pace. E per me questo è importantissimo. Sua Santità il Dalai Lama nella sua espressione di vicinanza a questo momento per Thich Nhat Hanh e per tutti i suoi discepoli, ha detto questo: Thich Nhat Hanh è stato non solo colui che ha insegnato la pace individuale, ma anche colui che ha promosso la prospettiva per cui la pace di ognuno diventa pace nel mondo. Noi vogliamo effettivamente non solo la nostra pace individuale, ma la pace nel mondo. Allora, quello che dice Sua Santità, e infatti quello che io se lo sento molto forte, che in queste ore ci sono, penso, milioni di persone che riflettono sulla pace, sulla consapevolezza come base della pace, sulla pace individuale come pace nel mondo, come dice Sua Santità. Questo è incredibile, è meraviglioso. Allora, cosa c'entra con la nostra pratica? Cara Maria Roberta, per favore, o stai ferma o togli il video, perché distrae un po' tutti. Grazie, cara. O stai ferma oppure cancella il video, così non ti vediamo. Grazie. Oggi è la giornata delle novità. Se n'è proprio andata. Oh, peccato. Se n'è andata. Non ha capito come si fa. Allora, dicevamo, noi abbiamo sempre praticato cercando di mettere l'accento sul fatto che pacificazione della pandemia non è una medicina tipo aspirina, ma spirituale. Non è questo il punto. Pacificazione della pandemia è dissolvimento del conflitto. Ora, specialmente per noi italiani che siamo alle prese con misure molto discutibili per alcuni e molto importanti per altri, quindi siamo alle prese fin dall'inizio, che è stato così per noi italiani, ma è stato anche c'è stata anche un'escalation, per cui adesso la situazione è siamo un po' alle strette, siamo un po' a quella che stupidamente viene considerata una guerra. È una guerra di parole, ma le parole sono importanti, come diceva il nostro eroe. Le parole feriscono, le parole deprimono, le parole costringono. Allora, il punto è questo: rispetto a questo lato della pandemia che crea karma negativo, che contribuisce al perpetuarsi di essa pandemia, cioè il lato del conflitto. Tra l'altro un conflitto che non ha costruttività, quello di cui sto parlando, c'è anche un conflitto costruttivo che riguarda fare delle iniziative che fanno del bene agli altri in rapporto a una propria visione che non è quella di altri, ok? E che non è quella dell'altra parte, della cosiddetta altra parte. Allora, fare questo non è guerra, è solo comportarsi costruttivamente in rapporto alle proprie opinioni, questo è corretto, no? Ma quello che facciamo su Facebook, quello che facciamo tra di noi è purtroppo molto troppo spesso alimentare il conflitto precipitando in una spirale di rabbia, di frustrazione, di identificazione del nemico. Ma guarda, com'è possibile che quell'altro dica così, com'è possibile che... io non vedo più ultimamente insulti orribili come vedevo prima, forse a furia di cancellare l'algoritmo non me li porta più, però ricordiamoci questo: nella nostra mente comunque c'è conflitto, se non pratichiamo. Se non pratichiamo, praticare significa fare un passo avanti rispetto a dovunque si sia. Per esempio, io sono nella posizione che dico, come questa bambina, ho visto uno stralcio di programma televisivo, questa bambina dire vorrei che non esistessero i Novax. Ovviamente lo sente dire in casa, lo sente dire alla maestra, quello che è. Cioè lei è convinta che vada bene cercare di cancellare una parte una parte degli esseri. Allora, questo è un conflitto anche se lo sentiamo tra di noi. Cioè se io che ho una posizione, diciamo così, non lo dico, vax, ho una posizione vax, penso degli altri che sarebbe meglio che un fulmine li abbattesse tutti, lo penso in modi un po' meno magari drastici, ma lo penso. Questo è conflitto. Ora noi quindi pratichiamo per pacificare questo conflitto, per pacificare la nostra attitudine a voler dividere amici e nemici, la nostra attitudine a voler distruggere i nemici, la nostra attitudine a voler vincere. Non si vince mai, mai, non si vince mai. Queste battaglie tra opinioni non ci permettono mai di vincere. Queste battaglie tra nemici, anche purtroppo anche nelle battaglie fisiche non si vince mai, nessuno vince mai. Chi uccide di più è quello che accumula il karma negativo peggiore. E comunque, insomma, sappiamo tutto. Bene, quindi per celebrare il passaggio di Thich Nhat Hanh, per unirci alla comunità mondiale che io sento presentissima, lo sento molto forte, questa solidarietà di meditazione, di preghiera e di pacificazione. Per fare questo svolgiamo la pratica di questa maratona. La pratica fondamentale